raising awareness, and also entering the schools, working together. We've seen them working together, South African Police and the Education Department working together, doing searches in the schools, etc. But we need to do more because our children still carry, drugs to school. Our children are asking for a taga break. We heard when we went to provinces, and they assault the teachers and say, you are going to give us taga break. We want to go and smoke weed. That's what is happening. But there's also been capacity building and training of law enforcement, and maybe I should ask if we have been joined by the SAPS, because they are members of the CDA, and they should have been here, because the Premier said if they are not here, then we are not going to win this challenge. But I hope that they are here. There's been dismantling of clandestine laboratories that are involved in transnational illicit trafficking. Drug syndicates have been arrested, resulting in convictions and sentences. And but as we say, a lot still needs to be done, because indeed there's more and more drug traffickers from South Africa, from other countries to South Africa. We need also to enhance the regional international cooperation to prevent illicit trafficking, because if you work alone as South Africa, the drugs will keep on coming. They will keep on coming to our country. So we need to work with our neighboring countries, and we have begun to do that with the help of the UNODC. So this summit should advise if these policies and strategies related to drug supply reduction are harmonious, because if they're not harmonious, we are not going to win. And if they are effective. If they are not effective, if we are not making a dent, if we are not making a change, let's take another route. On goal 3, we've been led by SAPRA as well as the Department of Health that are dealing with these situations of control of medicines and access to medicines. And they continue to update the standard treatment guidelines and essential medicines list to reflect changes in the clinical and research environment. Their licensing and permitting processes are being controlled to better manage import and export of controlled medicines. There is scheduling status of substances or medicines based on the risk access profile of the substance which is determined. There's a need for affordability of controlled substances while maintaining their quality, their safety, and efficacy, and SAPRA and Health are doing this work. We would like this summit to deliberate on whether or not the controlled medicines needed by patients for medical conditions are available in all our clinics, in all our hospitals, in all our pharmacies, and that they should be affordable. So we need to make that assessment and be able to come up with some recommendations that will improve the situation. The summit should also assess if the regulations for the cultivation, production, possession, manufacturing, storage, trade, and distribution of medicines for medical, scientific, and research purposes are effective. If they are not effective, it is our job as the CDA, all the members, to review these regulations. Goal number 4 is about identifying those substances that are harmful, including the synthetic harmful substances. There has been some work, but more work still needs to be done. As the police arrest the dealers, there are more and more dealers in the communities, especially in the vulnerable communities. They have dismantled the clandestine labs, but there are those who continue to manufacture and produce illegal drugs in our country. So we would like the summit to assess if the measures and training of law enforcers to identify and control the new psychoactive substances and the amphetamine type stimulants, whether these are effective or not effective. Not effective, let us change. We want the summit also to look at the regulatory measures to prevent and counter the use of technologies, including internet, by drug trafficking networks and transnational criminal organizations. So as we are moving around in the provinces, we're asking this question. Are substances, illegal substances, sold through internet? And people, but in the main, people like us adults were saying, no, we haven't seen that happening. But rest assured, when I asked the young people, they said, you're asking not the correct people. Don't ask older people, ask young people, because they're the ones who access the selling of illegal substances on internet, on Facebook. So it is happening, and therefore we need to devise better strategies to deal with internet drug trafficking. The goal number 5 is about monitoring the National Drug Master Plan by all role players, reflected through regular engagements. We've done this. We've done a lot of work as the Central Drug Authority. We've visited the treatment centers and harm reduction centers. And again, there are challenges that are there, and we together need to, examine those challenges and be able to assist so that people have access to treatment and people have access to harm reduction centers. We've conducted review sessions on reports and provided trends on how role players are performing and how they should improve the work, because a lot yet still need to be done. We've compiled and submitted the annual reports to the Minister and to the Parliament, as we are expected by law to do. We've been engaged on capacity building of the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum and the national departments on the National Drug Master Plan, because national departments and the PSAFs are expected to have a sector drug master plan. All the PSAFs have sector drug master plan, but we are struggling with the departments. I think we have only 5 or so departments that have sector drug master plans that are supposed to have indicators, that are supposed to have targets, and that are supposed to be budgeted for, because if there are no indicators, there are no targets, there are no budgets, how are we going to win addressing this particular challenge? So it's a big challenge that we are having, but we are working together to ensure that each and every sector, each and every department has a sector drug plan. We have given advice on policies and bills to government, and we continue to do that, to ensure that these laws and regulations are effective and that they are harmonious. So we'd like this summit to review the effectiveness of the CDA, to promote governance, leadership, and accountability. How effective is the CDA? Are we feeling the CDA on the ground? And if we are not, what needs to be done? Goal number 6 is about research, monitoring and evaluation, collection of regular collection of data. So this is an area where we are really not winning. We do have departments that are working with the research organizations, and we have access to some of the findings and the recommendations on the research work. But the CDA, we are expected to have a national surveillance of trends on drugs and illicit trafficking in our country. Due to lack of funding, we can't do that, but we have decided to work with the universities who are here today. We've decided to work with the research institutions, and we collect all the data that is already there, we analyze it, and we make good use of that information to inform policy and scientific and evidence-based programs. So this summit, we need to look at recommendations on the review of the National Drug Master Plan as a whole. We start with the vision. Is the vision still applicable? Is it still fine? The goals, are they still relevant? Where can we change? Goal number 7, which is the last one, is really about robust economic growth to address the challenge of poverty, of inequality, and unemployment. I must say that because we are not receiving reports from national departments, so we don't know exactly what is happening. But fortunately, at the provincial level, we do get reports. We do get to know that the provincial departments, and of course, national departments are policy making, the proposed laws, etc. And then at the provinces, we've heard that there is some work on creating jobs for the young people, and we know what Gauteng is doing in particular in other provinces. There is work on skills development, on learnerships and internships, on entrepreneurship programs, but that's not enough because it's a drop in the ocean that we are impacting positively. But it's good that we are beginning to see that when these opportunities come up, even the recovering users are involved in these programs. But we need to see more alternative development programs so that young people can, move away from using harmful substances. So we would like this summit to monitor the impact of the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan, for the CDA to conduct the implementation evaluation and then make recommendations on the review for the nation. We would like the summit also to assess if the strategies that are in place and the programs around economic development in our country are making a difference in the lives of recovering service users. If not, we need to think differently and we need to come up with more effective and positively impactful programs for our young people in particular, because they are our future. One leader said, a nation that does not take care of its young people is doomed. So we don't want to be doomed as a country. We really want to assist our young people. Thank you very much for listening. So that's basically what we are going to do in this summit. Thank you to the program directors and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would just like to make 2 announcements as the Chairperson is sitting down, and I'm sure all of us heard how amazing the Chairperson thinks and how she's able to put things together. And indeed, we have been led very well, and we are directed. The 2 announcements that I'd like to make is that pictures do not have to be taken. We've got a team, a very, very capable team that is taking beautiful pictures. You will have access to those pictures once we are done, or rather at any point, maybe during the breaks. And also, we would like to request that people do not move around in front. I thank you that has not actually happened, but we just want to make an announcement to make sure that it doesn't happen. The Premier mentioned stretching the rand. We really need to stretch the rand, especially in the current economic climate that we're in. And as a country, we need to make sure that we come together and not just leave it to maybe our government to provide us with the resources. And to that, I would like to say, and thank you again, just to add on to the chairperson's, thank you to ITTC INL, working with ITTC SA, who have assisted us in terms of making sure that we are having everything that we need for this summit, as well as SANAC. SANAC has been amazing. SANAC has accommodated our delegates from all the provinces. They have assisted us with paying for some of the costs that are associated with being here. So I would like to ask for us to just give a clap to our co-hosts, the 2, and not leaving behind the department, because of course the Department of Social Development Minister is where we are housed as the Central Drug Authority, and we truly are appreciative of the support that we're getting, as well as the amazing work that the DSD TV, right now I am sure I'm being beamed. I've never been on television, so I'm sure my family is watching and calling everyone and my grandmother to say, hey, she's on television, and it's because of DSD TV. So we truly, truly are appreciative of this work, and the team has been amazing in bringing this together. And with that, I'd like to ask my co-host to come forward, a co-facilitator, and just introduce the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Program Director. Indeed, we are grateful that all of us are here together. But I'm very much worried about the report or the setting of the scene by the chairperson. Indeed, she confirmed that we are losing the battle. And it's very much important that we should reflect. It was very much worrying to hear that only 5 departments are committed towards the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. Now we need to reflect and ask ourselves a question. To what extent have the National Drug Master Plan been implemented? Before we can say that it's not relevant, because you might find that there's nothing wrong with the plan, but the implementation thereof is a problem. So without any further ado, let me try and before I introduce the next speaker, may I really apologize. We have to sort of make a slight change in the program. We'll have to bring the minister forward because she has another commitment which is very critical. She's supposed to be in Parliament in the afternoon. She will still be here, but she will take it virtual. So we will request the minister to come in, the Minister for Social Development, who is the custodian of the current legislation that has made the CDA to be into being. Over to you, Minister.
Premier, you can see that I stood up very quickly because I was avoiding that long interview that is very, very long. And these days I say if people want to know more, they must just Google it. They will find all the necessary information. Yes, as the program director indicated, this afternoon we have Parliament and it's a 3-line whip, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna be running away. I will be here, but I have to connect to Parliament in the afternoon just to make sure that things go right there. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd like to do some salutations which I think are very important and critical because we are in this together. We have in our midst already introduced, we have the Premier who's already spoken, we have the Deputy Minister of Social Development, Henrietta Bokgopane-Zulu. We have MECs who have been able to be here, and I think they were already introduced much earlier. We have we have the members of the National Traditional Leaders who are also here, and it's very important to have them because not long ago I was in Zambia, and some of the traditional leaders were there, and they were also raising the concern of this problem and saying it's not only just in the cities and in the towns, it has crept very badly even in the rural areas, and therefore we need to pay attention to those areas. So we have Ubabu Ndabezitha Mahlangu and Baba Ndabezitha Ntsangwisi. We also have representatives of the AU who I'm happy to see that they are here because we were not long ago, we just returned day before yesterday, I think, from a conference, an AU high-level session on addressing substance use and related mental health disorders amongst youth, women, and children in Lusaka. I did make the comment there that it's very unfortunate that we've always been talking about substance use and abuse. We spoke about women, youth, young men, and today, unfortunately, we are even referring to children, which must be a very big concern to us. A few years ago, I don't think we spoke about children. We spoke about young people, but now the DM shocked me the other day when she gave us the years of some of the young children who have been found to be using and abusing substance because of the family environment and because of members of the family. In fact, in Lusaka, it was very interesting. I think we can recall that there were people there who stood up and took us in their own journey of how they got involved in drugs and abusing drugs and how they recovered and how they were supported in that. One of the women that spoke there said she abused alcohol because at the age of 10, her father used to walk around with her into Shibins and a whole range of other places. But when she gave us the history and the story of how she struggled and how she came out of it, I am convinced, and I want to say, it's never too late to do the right thing. And doing the right thing is about why we are here today. and doing the right thing is about us breaking the silence, assisting in breaking the silence. Doing the right thing is about responding to what the Premier said earlier on in us losing the fight. And I'm saying it's never too late for us to reverse that. Only if we can, it's never too late to reverse it. Only if we can be coordinated, we can be integrated, we can be talking to each other, not because we're preparing for a summit or a conference. We should be talking to each other on day-to-day basis. And Premier, I want to say to you and MEC Mbali and all the other MECs who are here, I've been saying to the Department of Social Development, all these challenges that we have, all these social ills that we have, if we are not going to deal with them house to house, street to street, community to community, we will not be able to make a greater impact. We'll make an impact, but we won't make a greater impact. And the advantage that we also have is that the Department of Social Development is also responsible for community development. What is community development if you have people who are not in a conducive environment to create a better future for themselves? And so I repeat again that I personally believe it's never too late to do the right thing, and doing the right thing starts with us in ensuring that government, civil society creates a conducive environment for us so that we can then be able to make the changes that are necessary. The chairperson speaks about young people hardly even listening at home because they are too busy on TikTok, they are too busy on Instagram, they're too busy on the social media. Actually, I've got 2 granddaughters who every time we take them out and we are trying to connect as family, they are consistently on the phone. And then we have to keep on telling them, we didn't come here to be on the phone, all of us. And they turn around and they say, but Gogo, you are consistently on the phone yourself. So start with yourself and correct that. Now as it is up, we are busy. The next thing we are off, we are on the phone. So we must be the ones starting by being exemplary ourselves. I have Ukawe and Ubuhle, and Kawe now has started crocheting. They are producing, they're a team of about 10 girls. They decided they are going to spend some of their time crocheting, and I asked her, why the crocheting? She said, you know, she's 12, and she said, Gogo, you know this TikTok story, it's wasting my time. I'm spending too much time on it, and I'm asking myself the question, what is the benefit of this? And then I said to myself, there's hope in South Africa. If that 12-year-old and the sister who is 13 can make that decision themselves without me having to say, because I could see sometimes when we're sitting, they put their phones under the table so that I don't see, but I can see that they're doing that. But when you have some 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds making that kind of a decision, Mina, I see hope. All I want now is how do we take that and make sure that we brush it off to a whole lot of other 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, and 13-year-olds. I think it's never too late to do the right thing. We can still do it. We can find a way of ensuring that we live by example in the best way that we can to assist young people. And Premier, I really want to say to you that everywhere we go as a Department of Social Development, I can tell you we find pushbacks. Pushbacks on this whole thing of advertising, pushbacks on this whole thing of giving licenses, pushbacks on I don't want to use the word fight. They said I mustn't use that word. I mustn't use that word. But all I'm saying is that we find pushbacks almost everywhere we go. But I want to confirm what the Premier said earlier on. The political will is there. That one I have seen, I have felt it, that the political will is there. The administrative support is also there, but is not adequate. Because fact is, here we are, Minister of Social Development, MEC, the DM in the Department of Social Development, MECs in all the provinces. They have departments whose role and responsibility is to make sure that they support that political will. But here sometimes the problem is the poor coordination, is the poor follow-up thereafter. We are here today. I have to keep on going back and saying, but guys, do you remember we were in Birchwood? What happened in Birchwood? What decisions did we take in Birchwood? Can you tell me what has happened since Birchwood? This is where we need to focus on, and that focus also cannot be a focus that is only made by the officials of the department. It is also about ensuring that yourselves who are here today, you don't wait until the next summit or the next meeting. You also take it upon yourselves to say, let us all take responsibility. We were in Birchwood. In fact, the last summit was in 2011? Yes. That on its own is an indictment on us. The fact that 2011 now is 2023, what happened in between? Where were we in between? And when I say where were we in between, I don't want people to point a finger somewhere else. Let's point the fingers at all of ourselves, because as you are in this room, the people that you are representing from wherever you come from, they have the hope, they have the confidence, they know that you do a lot of research work, they know that you go to communities and you speak to communities, but they also want to make sure that we hold each other accountable at all levels. I'm happy that I see some of the people were with at the AU summit, because this is a global problem. South Africa must not isolate itself and put itself in a corner and make itself special, like as if it's the only one that is struggling with this problem. What is good about it is, one, let's be frank, let's be open, let's be honest with it, that this is the problem. Once we are frank, we are honest, and also we mobilize our communities. Premier, we have the district development model. Chairperson, we have the district development model. We as a Department of Social Development are here as a portfolio. It is Department of Social Development, it is SASSA, it is NDA. And yesterday, or the other day when we were preparing for this meeting, I said to the CEO of SASSA, some people might think, no, SASSA, we are just paying grants. SASSA is more than just paying grants. SASSA must be worried about, when we pay the grants, when we pay the 350, how much of that goes to real-time supporting families in terms of nutrition, in terms of the needs of their family, in terms of their own needs. And it is for that reason that we have the CEO of SASSA sitting here, because I have said to them, we are a portfolio and we must always approach the work in a portfolio. So because we know that the work that we do is interlinked, interrelated and connected to each other. And I don't want to go into the details of why we are here, because I think the chairperson has already done enough of that. But I do want to say that this gathering gives us an opportunity and affords us all, especially policymakers and researchers, a space to work in collaboration with, amongst others, government departments and other key stakeholders involving in dealing with the challenge of harmful substance use. It is through such collaboration that the summit would deliberate on exchange of good practices, evidence-based intervention. I can tell you that one of the most important and very exciting about South Africa when we travel worldwide, and I must thank the Department of Social Development, particularly the units that deal with policy development. Everywhere we go, it is said that we are a very good example of evidence-based interventions. We have to do that because we believe that without the evidence, you will not be able to develop the right policies, the right programs, and impactful programs that you can deal with. So all these will assist in reducing the supply, demand, and harm caused by the use, misuse, and abuse of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. I am sure that this long-awaited summit, which is happening now, will explore existing research conducted by both public and private institutions on the prevalence of substance use, misuse, and abuse. When we were in Zambia not long ago, and we were talking about how to develop systems in place, how to ensure that we have policies that can have a greater impact. One of the issues that was raised there was about the private sector. And the fact that the private sector, in fact, in one of the sessions we were discussing, people were saying, yes, Premier, as you rightfully said, we are thinking of the business, we are thinking of the jobs, we are thinking of all that. But almost everyone was saying, not on the expense of livelihoods of people, not on the expense of the children that we are assisting to grow in order for them to fill into our shoes tomorrow, not on the expense of peace, security, and stability, not on the expense of continued gender-based violence, not on the expense of bo malume, bo auntie, bo me, bo mang batla ko gae because they are now have been drinking, binging, or even using drugs. And it was said, yes, we can see the business side of it, but can we bring along the private sector to help us develop and help us stop some of the things? I mean, Premier, you're talking about business, you're talking about the responsibility of the media and the SABC and all of them. I'm not targeting the SABC alone. Those of you who will recall in the 90s, beginning of the 90s, I recall very well that the Women's League of the ANC at the time went to go and demonstrate against Playboy magazine when Playboy magazine was launching in South Africa. Some of you were not born, I guess, but let me tell you, we did. And I recall very well that we went, the launch was somewhere in the Johannesburg Club or something of that sort. And the issue for us was, yes, you are bringing this to us, but what is this? What's the impact of what you are bringing and you are launching to our communities? Number one. Number two, why is it that every time we have to be advertising, we have to put these naked women on cars, on all these things? What is the connection between those naked women that you are putting on the cars and your advertising? That struggle, in my view, still continues. That struggle must not be left without attendance, because all these things, when you connect them together, you find that substance abuse, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, it's all glorified, and at the end of the day, it is families that suffer. I do also want to indicate that as I said earlier on, we must not see ourselves as the only country, but we must also not say, since we are not the only country, then let the world go on like that. No. We have to find ways and means of ensuring that we face all the social ills, such as dysfunctional families, children living on the streets, high prevalence of teenage pregnancy, school dropouts, the spread of HIV, AIDS, chronic diseases, and gender-based violence and femicide, which have been declared as a second pandemic in the country. This is also what we like doing. We will make the declarations. We will agree that this is the second pandemic, but do we keep it at that level, at the agenda, the same way we did with COVID-19? The answer to me is that not enough. We're not putting as much efforts as we did. You know, COVID-19 made us take decisions that we never thought we could easily take. COVID-19 made us develop new systems into how to change, including behavioral change. Because behavioral change, suddenly people had to wash their hands, suddenly people had to keep a distance, suddenly people had to use sanitizers, suddenly people had to be conscious because they were afraid that if they are affected or infected, possibilities they might end up in hospital, and the hospitals are full and all that. We even formed among ourselves with the different communities, traditional leaders, religious communities and all. We used to have meetings which the president used to call almost every week to deal with this. But suddenly we were told it's over and we are back to our normal selves. And this is what I think we need to do. Let us stop being in our normal selves when we are confronted with a challenge like this. Let us make sure that we sustain our programs. Let us make sure that we unite around these issues. I don't want to go into the drug master plan because I think the chairperson already has covered that. But I would like to emphasize that prevention, treatment, and law enforcement authorities are important pillars of helping reduce substance abuse in South Africa. It is for this reason that for the duration of the summit, relevant departments, stakeholders, and role players are present. And I did say to the department, please make sure, even if the other colleagues of mine are not here, I speak for those colleagues because we sit together in cabinet, we present our plans and everything, but we must make sure that all the relevant departments are here. We also, what makes this summit more important to myself, my colleagues, and the departments that are here is that the cabinet recently approved the proposal by social development to re-establish the interministerial committee, IMC, on substance abuse. And this committee will assist with mitigating the impact of the risks associated with alcohol and substance abuse amongst the youth, children, women, persons with disabilities, pregnant women, families in their manifestations. And we say families in their manifestations because we must also wake up to the reality that family today, it might not necessarily be the same as family was 30 years ago. We must be conscious of that, including child-headed families, disadvantaged persons in vulnerable communities, occupational groups at risk, such as artists, athletes, and professionals, as well as key populations like the LGBTQIA plus community, sex workers, and migrant workers. The summit will focus primarily on achieving what the chairperson already referred to earlier on, and I don't want to go into details on that. We have a role to play in ensuring that all people are and feel safe in South Africa as envisioned in the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, which I keep saying to the department, 2030 is around the corner. If we think we still have a long time, we don't. It is important that we do this together to protect the most vulnerable, especially in our societies. The issues raised and resolutions taken at this meeting will find expression, should find expression at the Interministerial Committee on Substance Abuse. We have come out of this place, and when we come out of this place, we must feel that we are connected. We must feel that we have a task in front of us, and most importantly, this summit must provide an opportunity to discuss sustainable, coordinated, impactful strategies for reduction of drug and substance use and misuse in South Africa, as the theme itself suggests. I wish to thank all institutions that were involved in organizing this summit, especially members of the CDA, representatives from various formations and institutions, the organizing committee and all. And to say to the CDA, we are here as a department, we need to work with each other, and again, we must not lose sight of each other and only be meeting because we're preparing for a summit. And I can tell you, you've got very vibrant, very outspoken, very challenging members of the CDA. And personally, I prefer such people than people who are going to come in the room and be praising me for things that I have not done. I prefer people who are going to tell it to me the way it is, because then it puts me and gives me the wings to go back to the department and say to the department, you are undermining the CDA, or you are making it difficult for the CDA. I don't want people who sing praises. I haven't got time for people who sing praises, because, Premier, rightfully, we fought for this country to be the best country in the world, to be the best country in the African continent. We fought for this country to be an example in many things. And I can tell you, we will not be able to do that if we sing each other. I thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm laughing because who does not want to be praised? Does not matter whether I've done it or not, but you know, we all want people to sing praises to us. So, this is the political will that we are talking about. Let's also give a round of applause for the approval of the establishment of IMC. It's indeed going to resolve our problems, because I think accountability here is a big issue. Now, we will be forced.
Sorry, Isabella. You know, tell the people who make these stages that, you know, we wear high heels, so we don't want to fall.
No, they had, Minister. I'm not going to repeat that. Okay. I'm saying, colleagues, partners, we've got a political will. That can be rest assured. And I'm happy that we are acknowledging that we have a problem. In fact, we have a crisis. And what I heard also coming out of Minister's speech is that it is not only government's business, it's everybody's business, isn't it, to protect our country. And when we talk about resources, it's not only government-based, but also it's about all of us. And we appreciate the fact that, yes, there's contribution that is coming, you know, from civil society, private sector, government. But I think we need to tighten our coordination. I heard Minister talking about unite. There are so many words that she used. That says to us, it is important that we work together. Unite, coordinate, collaborate, isn't it? And with the little resources that we are having, I think we can do more. Now, what I also had coming from both the Minister and the Premier is that we need to push. We should not give up. But also, we need not be, yes, we need to be hard on ourselves, but we should acknowledge the effort that has been made. Now, I think it is important that as we go through this summit, because we are also heading towards review of the current National Drug Master Plan. We should really reflect deeply, as Minister has said. We should be honest with ourselves. We should be open, and we should be frank and accept that, yes, things needs to change. So I don't want to waste any time. I'll call upon the core program director to continue with the program. Thanks.
Thank you very much, co-facilitator. And Minister, it is not in an effort to undermine or be rude, as we have been said to be. We've been called all sorts of things. I think people have run out of the names to call us, but it is all just in an effort to get the National Drug Master Plan implemented and to assist our nation, because you know the issue of substance abuse, all of us in the Central Drug Authority are personally affected by it. And maybe sometimes we come out as too much and overbearing, all sorts of things, but it is truly, honestly, because this issue affects us so much as it affects almost everybody. I don't think there's a single person in this room or watching online who can say they are not affected by this problem. Every one of us is affected. So because every one of us is affected, all of us are responsible to ensure that the solutions are coming. We cannot leave it to our government. We cannot leave it to anybody. But we have to look at ourselves to say, what are we doing? And on those words, we're about to listen to the experiences of people that have walked this journey even more, maybe intently than we have, or more directly than we have. Some of us talk about these things and we speak of them as some things that are happening next door. Next door, or my neighbor's child, or somebody's child is dealing with this, or this family is dealing with this. The families and the people that are going to stand up now have walked this themselves. And what we are asking for, as we're listening to the testimonies, is just understanding from everybody in the room. It is just also acknowledging that they're giving us a part of their lives that none of us deserve to even hear. But they are going to bear themselves to us right now. And I do not think, if maybe I was in their position, maybe I would not be able to do this. So can we please just allow them the respect and also allow them just maybe the gratitude that they're able to share stories of their lives which will be able to help us, which may be able to help people that are watching online, which may be able to help that child that is now maybe going in that certain direction. So I will first ask the first four of the people that we have, our honored guests, that's what we are calling them, our honored guest for today. And nobody else is more important than this room, more than these people that are about to stand up. They are important because they are able to assist us to know what can be done. They're able to assist us, and not just us in this, they're assisting the nation to know what can be done. Maybe done better, maybe mistakes that have been made, they can stop being made, and maybe we can move forward in a better way. So I will ask Mr. Tsepo Maloka, Mr. Tabang Tobejane, Ms. Lydia Thomas, and Ms. Felicity Bies to be the first to come up and just take the seats up here. And we will allow each of them to just speak and allow the four of them to, once all four of them have spoken, we will then allow the next four to come up. And these are the testimonies of the day. And with that, can I ask that we just give them a clap of hands as they are coming up? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Misty, the people that we said are going to support us here, to be on standby, please. Thank you very much. There's a microphone in front. Can you just, guys, please take it? I think there's four of them, yes. I will ask that maybe Tabang, you start. You just, all of you, say your stories, and we will listen intently. Thank you very much, guys. Oh, please come and stand here, so that it's not working. Okay, come. It's fine. can use this one.
Dumelang. Nna lebitso la ka ke nna Tshepo Mokoka, ke tlhakela Mamelodi, ke member wa COSAPO. Ke sa le client le hona banong, nna ke tsubile di-drugs for nako le kana le 10 years, mo ile re ntsa le ka ya le rehab habedi mara ka no relapse ho ntso le ba mara hona banong.
Before you continue, can we get somebody to interpret?
Or I must come with English, is okay?
Yes, please. English is fine.
All right,
Yeah,
fine.
because there's a lot of people that.
Okay. My name is Tshepo Mokoka, as I was saying. Bo.
Can somebody translate for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Good. They can translate.
They can translate because now I'm hearing they say English is difficult. I was gonna do it, but it's fine. If
Okay.
I can translate.
Okay, thank you very much. No, we had a discussion, sorry, Minister. We had a discussion with each of them. But I was asking for somebody to come and interpret, and then he said, no, he would prefer to rather change, because I was saying, can we just have somebody come and interpret? Because we do understand that it will not be easy to interpret his story. We know the story. Yes, but he's the one, Minister, that said, no, let him, he would rather. So, colleagues, can I please ask for, Member Mbue, please come and interpret? Okay, then you can speak. She will interpret for you.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's
fine.
just fine. Yeah.
Fine. I'll start again from the scratch.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Just flow beautifully, and then I'll just play somebody.
Ka mokgwa ke bolela ke lebitso la ka ke nna Tshepo Mokoka, ke tlhakelo go Mamelodi, ke client ya COSAPO mo ilong hore ke tsubile di-drugs ka ya di-rehab tse pedi mara ka relapsa. Mara hona banong ke na le 5 years ke le sekono ka hobane motho sala mpotsa ka COSAPO, and then ka gore ne ke bona gore ke na le problem, ke bona gore lo tse tsotlhe di senyehile, relationship e padile, baby mama o tsamaile le ka moga ya re sa utlwana pila go sena peace, banong ne ke bona gore mo ke sana bophelo, and then ke bona gore ke problem. So ke itsa go utlwa ka COSAPO ka ya ko teng ka makatsa ke ntho wana batho ba ke ba kry-ile mola ba nkamohetse pila ka gobane rena ba o tsuba batho ba na le stigma sa gore tsaya ka ditsela tse ding tse blind, mara well ba la ba ntshwere pila ba nkamogela pila. Ntho e mmakaditseng gore ke kry-ile batho ba ne ke itseng ne ba tsuba le before nna, mara ka kry-a bona le bona ba le mo di-programming and everything ka potso gore ba ka semphale le nna ka tsena ka di sala morago go fitlhelela mo ile gore nka bona le doctor ba re fa setlhare se ba reng ke methadone, le ona banong ke sala mo sona ke sharpo. And then ba na le ntho nngwe ya ba ba COSAPO ba na le ntho ba reng ke family intervention, ba setse ba tlile le go hire bolela le family go monate lo tse tsotlhe di sharp bona banong. Ke a leboga blind COSAPO nthusitse ka tseo ke na le 5 years ke le sekono, mara bothata ba ka ke bo 1 tse tsotlhe di tsamaya pila le go hae go monate, mara banong employment ke yona e seng teng, and then banong di-responsibility re di bona pila a ke sa nyako di tšhabela tshwanetse ke di face. Ke na le bana ke bona bana ba ka kutlwa botlhoko ke sa bereke bjana, ke re banong ke a rata gore le nna ke bolele story sa ka bjana ka gore go na le ba bangwe ba ile goreng setse ke ba boditse, ba bangwe ga ba ntebeletse ba bona nna ke changitse ba tla ba botsisa ke a ba botsa gore ke kry-ile thuso ko kae, go na le ba setseng ba lokile ka o fa ke nna molaetsa. Banong ngwana banong a ke sa tenyatsa mo ile goreng le nna ke sure nna self nka thusa ba bangwe my brothers and sisters ba ile goreng ba tsuba ba bone ka motho o tshwana kana le nna gore dilo tse di a tloelega ka gore ba bangwe ba tepotsa ka gore di-drugs a di tloelege, mara nna ke testimony ya bontsha gore di a tloelega. Ke bolela le lena bana ke na le 5 years ona banong ke le clean, mara ke a rapela jo ke kgopela go thusiwa ka employment gore ke kgone lela bana ba ka lotsa nnete ke tloele ditsela tse dimpe.
In summary, Abuti Tshepo Mokoka is saying that he is seeing the light in this way, that now he is 5 years, as he has said, being clean. He says it's still a journey, but he sought help from COSAP. He's from Mamelodi. And he has been assisted in many ways that today he's one of the people who is helping others who are challenged with substance abuse and substance use. He says that he has had an advantage of training, but even though he's trained, he really is, and I'm going to use the word desperately, he is desperately needing to work. And he says he desperately needs to work because he wants to see the future of his children being better, his family being better. He's thankful that there have been intervention through COSAP, where there's also family interventions, there's training, there's support, and people received him well there. They did not stigmatize him. They have continued to support him. But he is saying that when he could just be able to work, because he wants to take responsibility. He wants to be responsible, like others who are taking care of family, and he wants to do good for community. I've tried to be very summative. Did I cover everything? He says I've covered everything in the summary. Thanks, Samantha. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tawan Tolejani from Mamelodi D6. I'm a client of COSAP. I've been on this journey for more than 15 years now. I've been an addict for 13 years, smoking various drugs, until one of my cousins, who is a member of COSAP, a client at COSAP, told me about COSAP. I went to COSAP and I found a loving family at COSAP. I found people who are eager to help, who are welcoming and loving. I found sisters there and brothers there who welcomed me. And as an ex-addict, it's hard to trust people, especially strangers that you don't know. So at COSAP, I felt at home to a point of they gave me support mentally and physically also. They do family interventions. They give you a psychological help also. So I received all of those, including medication, methadone. So it helped me tremendously to a point of I had no vision, I had no hope of life while I was doing drugs. But with COSAP, they gave me a new leash at life. They gave me the possibility that anything is possible if I work hard at it. So now I'm giving back to the community because of COSAP. We are fixing schools in Mamelodi. Thank you. And then we encourage young people to do a lot of sports and be away from drugs, things that take them to the streets. So we try to motivate them, and even the matriculants who are writing their matric. So we are helping them to motivate them to pass and stop the suicide, because there's a lot of suicide in schools. So we're trying to do our best to give back to the community that we took so much from. So as my brother Tsepo has said, we've mended the relationship, thank God, thanks to COSAP and the medication. But there is only one problem because of this stigma around the people with drug addiction. You know, they are scared to associate with us. They see us as those things you put in the corner and forget about it. You know, but we are still here. We still want to give back. A lot of us, we've got skills, but there are no employment for people like us. And then it's so sad because in our families, some of us, they look up to us. Since we disappoint a lot of our family members, now they've got hope. They can see that this thing, this epidemic, this war we are fighting, it's winnable, provided that you've got the relevant support. So that's what we are asking for now. Support from the people who knows the path we are working on, the people who know how difficult it is to be on a sobriety path. So we need you to give us a helping hand in terms of employment and understanding, and also teaching the community, because of education it's important. Without education we can never go anywhere. So a lot of our communities, they need the people who will educate them on abuse of substance and all those things. So yeah, thank you.
Good morning all. My name is Lydia Thomas. I'm from El Dorado Park. I'm the mother of an active user. Past 13 years has been really difficult. I'm speaking about everyday fighting, stealing, breaking into the house. It has not been up until today. And I lost my son, my adopted son, on the 28th of February. He was a active drinker. I don't know how to put it in words. Hy het gedrink. Afrikaans is my moedertaal. En ek dink ek het vergift, het ek aangeneem. My kinders het met gif Ngubulanga. That was my black boy, my black son. Ek dink my jongste seun, de Nielsen, hulle was in graad 6 toe de Nielsen huis toe kom met gift. Die was 9 jaar. En ek dink hierdie jaar het Gift 16 jaar. Het hy by my gebly op Facebook, het almal hom geken as Gift Thomas. I'm not here to speak about Gift, but I want to tell you my journey. En 28ste Samuel is my seun wat op drugs is. Samuel, ons het drome gehad, ek het uitgekyk in die lewe, because Samuel is I get so emotional when I speak about my son. Samuel is iemand wat akademies is, hy baie goed, he's a maths and science student. Samuel is heavy op drugs, but he completed his matric. He passed matric with a diploma. And I have hope. I'm not speaking, I don't want to speak down on my son today. I'm here for the mothers out there. I think I'm the voice for the mothers. They don't know where to go. They don't know who to approach, who to speak to. I'm here for the mothers. I think I'm the voice. And you know, every time when the devil preached to me and the word of God will come to me, God did not give us a spirit of fear. He was a spirit of love, of power, and of a sound mind. When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will raise up a standard. Nou, dit is vir my maklik om in die kerk in te praat, as om voor mense wat vanmiddag hier sit. Maar ek wil nie vanmiddag sê, ek weet hoop kom. Isaiah 40:31, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not grow weary. They shall walk and never faint. Teach me, Lord, to wait upon you. Ek dink as ek kyk in my lewe en ek kyk my kind, die drugs wat hy op is, Samuel is iemand en I was never in denial. Toe ek uitvind, 2010, dat Samuel is op substance, het ek na die school, I went to the school. And I told the teachers that my son is on substance. Sometimes I want to speak to mothers out there. I know people are watching. Most of the time we are in denial. Daarom kry ons nie help nie, want ons praat nie uit nie. Ons is bang, wat gaan die gemeenskap? I go into lolly lounges where people don't want to go into. My kind is nie per toeval op drugs nie. Sometimes I have to forget about my problem because someone out there needs me. I must lead while I'm bleeding. And I know help is coming. I know help is on its way. I know that God is making a way. He's making a way where there seems to be no way. God works in mysterious ways. His wonders to perform. Thank you all.
Good morning, Ashe. Goeiemorgen. Lebitso la ka ke Felicity Base. Ke na le 38 years. Ne ke use di substance, ke use nyaope, heroin, crystal meth, le marijuana. So today ke di because of help ya someone lebitso la ba re ke Tshepo. Ke mo metile mo loring ke dropile out of school, di parents tsa ka di tlhokofetse. Parents tsa ka di tlhokofetse, ke dropile out of school, ne ke setse le di siblings, but because of me ke use a substance ne setlholo go sana le peace. Yeah. And then from there ka ya COSAPO, ka kry medication ola, it helped my life. I have 3 beautiful kids ba ke ba ratang. The substance, I had to do things more loring, netwanzo ki usele my body for sex work or net ki kono survive le bana. Lo maintain or ki kono reka tsona dilo tseo. But today I thank God. Ke a bona rona le modimo lefatsheng, a lot of people aba believe ore ke right ke I'm strong, I'm kicking. Ebile ke kona le motivate batho ba bang ka tsheko re please. Ntho ya fola ntho. Ke ntho ya hona le no pate ya fola ikono ba right. So ek wil net sê almal asseblief bid na die Here en glo asseblief daar is help in die lewe. En nou medikamers ek heel baie van ke dropile out of school. Ek min kokra ka mmereko. Ke survive ka sasa le yona sasa baya danki ke kono tlhokomela bana, but it's not enough because ke a bona fela ya ka iteng. Ya ka tshwantse ke tinyakela gore ke kono apara ke be alright ke tse. So if modimo ka nthusa ka kra maybe mmereko or something, I'll be very happy. Thank you COSAP, thank you for opportunity ya ka tsheko, thank you batho ba botle. Felicity.
I see Felicity spoke so many languages. She is really a representative of South Africa. And we appreciate it. Just a few highlights for everyone to receive what she has shared with such a beautiful heart. It's such a beautiful thing to sit with someone who has been your help. She says thanks to Tshepo, who is here, who had to show her the way. That let's go to COSAP, let's find help, let's have a better way, and let's have a better life. She's standing here as a mother who says those beautiful kids that I have, I know I didn't go far in school, yet I believe that when I can do something with the skills, the hands that I have, even when I don't have much schooling, I can take care of myself, I can take care of the children. She's also appreciating not only the one who has taken her to help, she's not only appreciating COSAP, she says, I'm standing here because there is God who will help me, even beyond this point. She's thankful for Department of Social Development because she says, at least my children through SASSA grants, I can be able to do something for them. Yeah. But I want to do more. I want to take care and also be able to do good for others. I'm not going to go to the past that she has spoken because she says that past has to be behind her. But she has struggled in many ways that show the challenges of having to sustain when one uses substances. You use everything as a woman, you use your body, your mind, your soul, everything. And she says she doesn't want that journey anymore. Yeah. I just wanted her to hear that summary for herself before she goes and sits down. Thanks so much, Sisi. Bless you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will ask, without just a further waste of time, Mr. Gavin Fortune. And, oh, thank you, guys. You may step down, sorry. Thank you. Yes, I'll allow you to speak before the next four come up. If you can just allow them to sit, please come and sit, guys, sorry.
Mongweni, Tumelang, Salam, Goeiemorgen. I didn't learn my mother tongue, the Nama language, so Gaiches. So thank you for that, sir. So now I know my mother tongue's greeting. So I want to start off by saying that what Shakespeare said, he said, sweet are the uses of adversity. And Einstein said, he said, adversity introduces man to himself. So I know how it feels to be rejected. I know how it feels to be alone. I know how it feels to be invisible. I know how it feels to be addicted to drugs for 16 years of my life. I know how it feels. I know how it feels to walk around. Yes, today I have a tailored blazer on, but I know how it feels to walk around with broken clothes. And I'm stinking, man. I'm stinking. I know how it feels. Didn't wash for weeks. I know how that feels. I know how it feels when you walk in the streets, in the community look at you. Here's this thing. You're not even classified as a human being. You're a thing. I know how that feels. I know how it feels to walk around with hatred in my heart. I want to speak to men as well. I want our men must stand up also, because I know how it feels to walk around with hatred for my father. For years, I walk around with that hatred. Because growing up in a single mother household, it's tough. The mothers and the grandmothers, I appreciate you. I love you. Gogos and the mothers, I appreciate you. You are appreciated. And I don't want to break down men. I just want the men to find their voice. It's inside. I want our men to find our voice. Because I walked around with that hatred. So when the gangs, I'm from, they say the capital of addiction, the capital of gangsterism. I know. Because I walked around in the streets. I walked around with all types of illegal stuff on me. And the task force will raid my house. They had to raid my house, but they raid my friend's house. And by accident, I wasn't caught. So there was a lot of things that I had to go in and out, 8 cases. In 19 years old, it's 19 years ago, so I don't want to give away my age. 19 years ago, so yeah, I don't want to, yeah. So 19 years ago, I overdosed on drugs. Because I had this thing, that secret that I was carrying. As a young boy, a woman molested me. And I just thought, man, I'm a daughter. I just got, I had sex before. I just had sex in the early time, so I was like, yay. But that thing, it wasn't sex. So I was taken advantage of. I was targeted. So I carried that secret. And then in my teenage, a man tried to do his thing with me also. I said, how does these people find me? How does these people find me? And I blocked that. Somehow I blocked it out of my mind. So I walked around with that hatred and that thing within me. And when I lost my child in my teenage years, it grew harder and grew harder, and I don't talk. Because we don't want to talk. The only thing what people would see is the trouble. Because when the gang says, Gavin, go, I'm first in line. I want to run with my head against the wall first. I hated myself so much that I would rather kill myself and I want to hurt somebody that looks like me. How is that possible to hurt somebody that looks like you? So I walked that journey, that painful journey. But I want to say my pain had a purpose, and I turned my pain into power. So it was a hard journey for me, but I had to make that transition. I had to make the transition. Today, I have my police clearance. Today, I'm 12 years sober, but it's not only about being sober, it's operating in your gift and your calling. Without being too long, I have discovered my gift. I discovered this thing that's within me, and that's why I'm happy that everybody's here, because there's some things that's within this room. It's already inside of us. We don't need to look anywhere. It's already inside of all those ideas and all the solutions. It's already in this room, and it's within us. So all we need to do is discover that's already within us. So I'm excited for this journey. So I wanna conclude by saying, I don't wanna go too deep, but I want to conclude. I was laying in a rehab. I was laying in a rehab in Elsie's River on the Cape Flats, surrounded by the flats, and it was gang war. So the bullets was raining through the rehab, but we were laying on the floor. But I told myself one day, and that time I was listening to Bishop T.D. Jakes, was one of my, I desired that man, I love that man, he was my power, and then I have Les Brown as #1 motivational speaker in the world. So I listened to their tapes, I read their books, personal development changed my life, and of course mentorship. So I read their books, and I said one day I visualized, I said, I want to manifest this thing today. I'm a co-author with Les Brown, and Bishop T.D. Jakes, he endorses my book. And I'm the only African in this book project. It's all American, global authors. I'm the only African. So I'm the voice. I want to be the voice for a lot, not just South Africa, not just Cape Town, Africa. Africa. So, in conclusion, I want to say, it's hard to defeat somebody that does not quit. The only time you are defeated is when you accept it as such. I will never accept defeat. Life has given me a broken jaw. Life has given me broken ribs. Life has given me a busted lip. But I will come back again and again and again. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming back again and again and again, and fighting. Even if I fall, I will still rise, and I'll fight again. Even if it means, because that's another thing that's a reality when it comes to issues of substance abuse and substance addiction. It is not a straight journey. It is never a straight journey. So you need to be able to pick yourself up and know that. But the great thing is, it's easier to pick yourself up if you have the support. So that's then where we, the rest of us, come in, that perhaps are not dealing with what those people that are dealing with substance are in right now. I will call the rest of you guys to come and I will not come back so that we don't waste time. I'm sure I'm standing between tea and people. Boitumelo, and then Marie, and then Junaid. I will, in that order, please. Thanks, guys.
Good day, everyone. My name is Bitumelo Mosepele. I am originally from Mabopane, Pretoria, and I'm a mother of one. She's 5 years old, cute one. So I'm here to tell you about my story. I have a brother, my eldest brother. He's about 36, 37 years old right now. He's been using substance for over 15 years. And as I grew up watching him being a different person each and every day has actually affected us all at home. And it has actually pushed me to a point where to grow up while I have to enjoy my days of being a child. We live with only my mother, who's not actually employed and who's not even reached the stage where she's old enough to even get SASA. And my father died when she was pregnant with me. So as I was looking up at my brother, thinking that he might actually bring that father figure in our home, I try to speak with him privately. We do have a good relationship, although we all have trust issues at home because he started stealing from us. He started lying about stuff, asking for money from people and then lying about it. So it actually broke the trust, and then to a point where I just saw a different person in someone that I love, which hurts because I was looking up to him to be there for us, to hold us through this journey of life. I came here to tell you guys that if ever I could get help, or if ever there is someone who's hearing this story, I need your help to help me and help him to be a better person. Because sometimes when they use substance, it gets to a point where he also loses the self-love. We try by all means to treat him equally in terms of buying him clothes, getting him toiletries, but all he does is take those things that we buy them with love and he sells them to just feed that thing that devil that's eating him inside. So as young as I am and as independent as I am, I'm asking people to hear us as we were here all. And I'm proud that Botshepo and Tabang have actually stood up. I wish that my brother could actually have that courage to actually stand up and say, "Ke malume now," and then I should stand up and be a better person for my youngest people that come after me. Thank you for the opportunity of being here, and thank you all for listening to my story.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, I've never spoken in front of so many people. It really is such an honor. My husband said I mustn't cry, I most probably will. It really is such an honor to be here today. I would like to open up with a very powerful post I saw on Facebook the other day. And it said, louder, is that okay? Okay. Just a post on Facebook I saw the other day. Addiction is giving up everything for one thing. Recovery is giving up one thing for everything. I thought that's so powerful. My name is Mari, and I'm a mom of an addicted loved one in recovery. And why am I here? Because I want to make a difference. I want to help. Where did it all start? Well, I will never forget the day I fetched my 16-year-old from school or from somewhere. He's 21 now. He got into the car with bloodshot eyes. I asked him, "Why are your eyes so red?" And he replied, "They're not red, I'm just tired." Later on, I found 2 joints in his jacket pocket, and that's where his addiction started. From marijuana to party drugs, Xanax, cough mixtures, to crystal meth. Just over a year ago, I had to fly to Cape Town where he was studying and rescue my son, my beautiful boy. He was psychotic and needed help. Brought him back to Johannesburg and booked him into a rehab facility that very same night. He was thin, pale, and in total denial, saying, "I'm overreacting." We were in denial too, but it was the best thing we could have ever done for our son. And he thanks me for that every day. As a result, he was diagnosed with bipolar and was put on meds. It's every parent's worst nightmare, and I don't wish it on anybody. But there is hope out there, and help is out there. Thanks to all the different programs, Yonon, Conan, and all the rest, family supports, we've changed our approach and the tools that kept us to deal with this addiction and saved our lives too. It's been a year and a half, and my son is doing well and excelling in college. But just in closing, my main reason why I am here is, I believe it's my calling too, is to make a difference somehow. And I think we need to start in the schools, the policies, not just with life orientation, but workshops, rallies, programs. We need to educate the parents, most importantly, and our children too. I thank you for your time and for this opportunity, and I hope my voice has been heard today. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Firstly, thanks to CDA for the invitation and allowing me the platform to share my experience with this pedigree of audience. I'm going to start by introducing myself, but I don't want to get carried away or dwell too much into that area because I've lived very long on reputation. Okay, for those who don't know me, I'm Sinead Hartley. I'm a former Bafana soccer player. And 15 years in addiction. At 16 years old, I had the world at my feet. By the time I was 21, I had traveled the world and had access to anything I wanted. I lived in all different parts of the globe. As an athlete, I always performed at my highest level. I wanted to be the best. And when you are given the opportunity to perform at that stage, you then prove yourself as being one of them. So in 1997, my world started crumbling. An injury cost me what could have been the most lucrative and life-changing contract of my career. Yes, there were many local and international opportunities and doors that opened in my path. I represented my country in every age group and at many levels too, but I always wanted more. Even though I earned a good income, I still struggled mentally, and there were so many hurdles I needed to cross just to do what I loved, and that was to play soccer. Contractual agreements had to be met in order for me to play. At 21 years old, having to attend court hearings and CCMA can be testing to one's mental health, as this is where it started and my first experience with ecstasy began. It took the pain away, or so I thought. The use of ecstasy caused me to lose my job. By this time I have already created a negative perception of who I was and nobody wanted to take a chance on me. Nonetheless, I was given another opportunity, and while everything started to stabilize, I moved back to South Africa and had a party at my house. This was in December 2008. I was introduced to Cat. The party continued for 30 days. At this stage, I thought the funds that I earned abroad would last a lifetime. Around the corner from where I lived was the casino. So not only was I using substance, I now became dependent on gambling to feed my habit and to an extent to pay my bills. The rush I got from winning at the casino reminded me of the rush I felt playing football. When I lost, all I wanted to do was win enough for my next bag. It got to a point where I'd lost everything and I had to move back to my parents' home. I lost my mom in 2012 while in addiction to cancer. And being a user, I resorted to taking crystal meth to camouflage my reality. And between us, what we actually do to the parents, and I'll get later on to losing my dad, is we actually start killing them long before they close their eyes, us in addiction. Because they lose a part of themselves. They really hurt, we hurt them dearly, really, and they're not as functional as what they are used to. There were many unpleasant moments between me and my dad, and from 2013 to 2021, before he passed away too, I lived on the streets and begged for anything, for anything, but I did not want to get help. I was struggling with substance abuse and mental health issues. I remained in denial and I refused to believe that my dad had passed on. I thought he was still in the room. In September 2021, my sister calls and says, "We are taking you to a facility." I was reluctant to go, but only agreed because she told me that it would only be for 4 weeks. A court order see me in rehab for the next year. That's to the tough love my sister had to practice, because she was one of the only people that believed that it is possible to make a full recovery, even though it was evident that the mental damage was there. At the time, it seemed like the worst place to be. There were chores and responsibilities coupled with psych evaluations and therapy sessions, and this is where I was diagnosed with schizophrenia, as I mentioned before. Before making the diagnosis, we followed a method whereby we needed to activate the positive moments as well as the traumatic experiences which aligned with neuroscience. The purpose of this exercise was for the body to release serotonin and dopamine levels and endorphins which trigger the feelings of happiness and relief. Therefore, we had trauma counseling sessions to assist me in dealing with the negatives throughout my livelihood. To explain it all, the conclusion was as follows. Your current trauma is based on your past celebration, and here I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I stand here before you for exactly 2 years clean today, with the grace and mercy of my Creator and the love of my family. Recovery is so fragile that the relapse actually occurs long before you actually take the substance. The coping mechanisms in dealing with the past and how to deal with the expectations is a must. The reward circuit in recovery is beyond comprehension. The brain recovers quicker than the time that the damage was done. And once you find your ministry, you then get your vanity back, you get your dignity, you get your sanity. And then God puts back into your hand the pen, and now you can start writing your testimony. Everything starts feeling at this point like a revelation because of your method of thinking, which is aligned with your faith. Our responsibility is as important as you are given the spirit of discernment. That is how huge that is the impact you can make after you've continued on the road of recovery, because it goes on for the rest of your life. You're recovering all the time because every day you learn more and more and more. But thank you so much for the platform. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue with those hands. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, it does get quite emotional, but it is emotional because these are lives that we're talking about. These are not robots. These are not things that you can change, like a situation that you can immediately say, yes, this is now. No, this is life. And we all have gone through certain parts of life that we may not necessarily be feeling so great about. And you know, the one thing that happens with people that are dealing with substance abuse and recovering from substance use is we so wish to cut a certain part of that from their stories when they are recovered. But then the question that I always ask myself is, of all the things that I've done and all the things, my life, in the time that I've lived, if somebody would say to me, cut that 5 years when in your teens when you were busy doing things that are not exactly things that you would like to talk about, what would I say? But unfortunately, when it comes to people that are recovering, we're quick to say, that might not necessarily be something that people want to know. I'm saying, let us be real, as the Premier said. Let us be real. For as long as we refuse to be real, we are then not going to be able to come to real solutions to the problems and the challenges that we face. So let's face it, let's look at it, and then we'll be able to come up with solutions. And we'll be able to assist our families, our brothers and sisters, and even ourselves, because some of us are, like he said, in denial about our substance use. And for that, I will say there's an announcement that I would like to make as we're going to go out for tea. I'm sure you're going to see little banners of ITTC. If you can just take a picture of that and just check yourself in terms of the substance use and see where you stand. And this has been or rather, it is a paperless. As you can see, you do not have agendas. There's no agendas because it's a paperless. Is it what? Yeah, this is the paperless environment. That's what the chairperson says, paperless. So there's an app that we developed, and the reason why we developed this app was just for this reason. Please, you can go to the front or go to the website of the CDA and download the app. It has the agenda, it has the speakers, it has everything that you want. We will also need you to have this app because there's going to be a time of resolutions and submitting of staffs, and if there's a question that you can submit it on that app. So we are asking you to please download the app. You will find the agenda there. It's not like Besingenai agenda, we do have it, it's on the app. And also we are big on save the environment. You know, I heard in Kenya, they're planting trees today, I think. And I was like, yeah, we need to do that. And as you go out, please download the app. We're going out for tea now. 15 minutes. Oh, photo moment. Photo moment with the minister and tea at the same time. 15 minutes, after 15 minutes, we come back. We continue with the rest of our program. Thank you very much. The time now is 12. So 12:15. Hey, I don't know if it's possible. 12:15, we're back in here. Okay, can we have the minister and the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum chairpersons and the CDA, please, just 2 minutes for the photo moment, and the MECs, and anybody who is in that level, and SASA CEO and PENSALB, can we have the PENSALB board chairperson please come to the front? The kings that are in the room, please come to the front so that we can take this photo. Thank you very much.
The mirror may fool you, but we see you. You might think you're invisible, but we see you. The darkness may try to swallow you, but we see you. You might want to hide behind your history, but we see you. The future may shroud you in fear, but we see you. We see you here, now, and we picture you here with us in each new tomorrow. Hope hides from us when fear takes over. Fear that leads us down dark roads where drugs, alcohol, and even trafficking await. Fear traps us there, fooling us into thinking there is no way out. It casts a shadow on our loved ones so that hope eludes them too. Hope is never far away, though. It's waiting to be found. And you're not alone in your search. Help is there to bring back hope. Hope that'll guide you home. Hope that will repair the damage done by fear. Hope that grants you a new beginning. It's all around you if you only look.
There is a shadow cast across our nation. His name is violence. Because of him, she cannot smile. She cannot laugh. She cannot work. She cannot learn.
I cannot love. I cannot grow. I cannot breathe. We cannot live. Not like this. We must banish this shadow from our land. We must end gender-based violence, and we must do it now.
Okay.
Good day, colleagues. I was just telling the program director, perhaps the easiest way is to call me Roger because I know it's quite a hectic name. So, colleagues, I'm going to start, and thank you very much, program directors. And greetings to the dignitaries in the room. The ministers, deputy ministers, if they're still around, I'm not sure. CEO, I note CEO of CDA and the other colleagues. So at risk of not mentioning everyone, can I just say all protocol observed? So colleagues, my name is not Dr. Klulu, but Piri. I'm going to be delivering the keynote, sorry, not the keynote, but the presentation from the SANAC CEO, which is a message of support for this occasion that we are having today. So just for the sake of the colleagues who may not be too much aware of what SANAC is and what is their role, SANAC is a national body that is responsible for coordinating the country multi-sectoral response to HIV, TB, and STIs, or sexually transmitted infections. So SANAC mandate is to coordinate the response to the 3 epidemics through a collaborative coordination between the government departments, the private sector, as well as civil society. So that is the mandate of SANAC, which is a council that falls under the office of the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, and hence, as such, the reporting line for SANAC is through that office. Colleagues, then, to guide the response to the said epidemics, SANAC then coordinates the development and the implementation of the National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, and STIs, as I've indicated. This is a plan that is done every 5 years. Currently, we are at the 5th version of the National Strategic Plan, which is the last plan towards the Agenda 2030. And to those who may not really be familiar with what is the UNAIDS Agenda 2030, that is a target date for us to have eliminated HIV, STIs, and TB as public health threats. So the due deadline for that is 2030. And the NSP is also aligned with the objectives of the SDGs, as well as the South Africa's National Development Plan, NDP. So everything that we coordinate and do in terms of the NSP needs to fit to the target of the country's NDP. So you may be then asking, how does that coincide, or where does that fit in with the broader issues of drug use and the CDA plans that we had been briefed about this morning in terms of the National Drug Master Plan? So the drug use in the country, I think the other speakers have also emphasized that it is a rising epidemic, the one that requires a multi-sectoral approach to ensuring that the responses to that have impact. The other speakers also mentioned that the country's geographical location, as well as the infrastructure and the accessible ports, are factors that make South Africa to be a target destination for drug trafficking and the other ills that comes with it. So with the availability of the drugs then in our shores, it means that there is also an increase in the demand and the use of drugs. But we also know that there are other accompanying factors such as the risk, or other risk factors such as unemployment, poverty, trauma that includes GBV, which also contributes to the increased drug use. So, and we are seeing, and other speakers have mentioned this morning, that what was seen once as largely an urban problem is now surfacing in the rural communities. So both the National Drug Master Plan and the NSP provide then a roadmap that guides the country's response to this drug epidemic. The NSP is designed to aid the success of the Drug Master Plan, especially the current NSP, and that is easy to see when you look at the goals of the NSP that is currently being implemented. So for example, in Goal 1, we highlight the importance of addressing social and structural drivers, some of which I've just mentioned. And then Goal 2 of the NSP, we focus on the prevention and treatment interventions, which are aligned to evidence-based interventions, including the provision of harm reduction services. Then there are also stipulations under Goal 3 and Goal 4. The NSP this time is only got 4 goals, which is aligned with the global AIDS strategy of the UNAIDS, no longer the 7 goals that we had last time around. So to support the implementation of the priority interventions listed in the NSP, SANAC then continues to lead the development of the country's funding requests to address gaps in funding. And why we are mentioning that is that we note that harm reduction services in particular is not a program or an activity that is funded by the government departments to a large extent. Most of the interventions that we see tend to be donor funded, and that raises its own problems in terms of the sustainability of those harm reduction services. So through that SANAC role in resource mobilization, we then ensure that in the applications that we do for external funding, we include issues relating to harm reduction. And at this stage, some of you may be aware that we are in the process of the development of the new Global Fund application. The health services and some of the social services are largely in this country funded by the government. About 69% of the funding for HIV and TB programs come from the government. But as I've indicated, that those do not tend to focus on harm reduction services. Then we rely on the other 2 major funders, which is the Global Fund as well as PEPFAR. It's PEPFAR that comes next to the government, and then the Global Fund is the other one. Hence, it's important that as we develop the application for the Global Fund, for the next grant cycle, we include comprehensive services for key populations, such as those for people who use and inject drugs. So the interventions that we focus on are the ones that use combination prevention approaches with access to biomedical, behavioral, and structural interventions. We also emphasize on strong linkages to referral to primary healthcare clinics, hospitals, and community centers that are established during the implementation, and we think that is a model that's going to ensure sustainability of the programs that are offered to these key populations. So while there is still much to be done, we can point out to some of the successes that SANAC as well as other partners have managed to achieve in terms of towards the drug reduction or drug demand reduction through the programs that we've implemented. There's quite a few of them, but I'm just going to single out a few. So there is a provision of combination prevention harm reduction services that targets people with opioid dependence and people who use drugs. Through the provision of, I'm sure many of you colleagues here will know of OST, or opioid substitution therapy, which is largely funded by the Global Fund, PEPFAR, and COSAP programs. We also focus on the implementation of needle and syringe services across the 8 districts, which is the current situation in the country, as well as creating service points for referral and provision of services for rehabilitation and OST. There are also structural interventions that are provided to ensure that pregnant women as well as vulnerable children are included and reach with the services. And that is important because whilst that's happening for the broader public, it's an area that tends to receive less focus, especially when it comes to the key populations like people who use drugs. Then there are other initiatives that SANAC has worked with CDA and the others to support, such as the learning visits that was done, I think it was somewhere in May in Kenya, where we were able to take a leadership from the government, from the community-based organizations to a meeting in Kenya, which was basically a benchmarking tour to just look at how other countries are implementing, particularly the OST services, because this is one program that requires a multi-sectoral approach. And we were taken through a very good example of how health facilities work alongside correctional facilities, which in our country, we haven't made any significant inroad. The police services, because unfortunately, most of the programs for key population will involve law enforcement one way or the other. So on one hand, you can't focus on issuing or giving people methadone and the other therapies without working with law enforcement because we know of what happens when the drugs get confiscated and the other ills that come with it. So, and also there are other initiatives that's like the Drugs Policy Week, which was held in Cape Town in August, that were supported as well. The SANAC also now is partnering with the CDA in this meeting. I think the colleagues have already indicated, and this is a demonstration of the partnerships that are required to ensure that we don't work in silos and all our work complements each other. So in terms of that, there is also a training of traditional leaders, and I've been asked to mention this specifically because we believe that it's one of the key strategies to reduce the impact of drug use, especially in rural communities where we can see that the problem is increasingly moving to. Incidentally, when we had that trip in Kenya with the officials, and while we were looking at the integrated approach and the communities partnering with the health facilities and the prisons to channel people for OST services and the others. At the same time, there was a news coming in this country that in one of the rural communities, there was a group of youngsters that were locked in some room and killed just because of the drug issues. And that was a practical demonstration of how, without the capacity building of the communities, things may go wrong. Because if we focus our efforts in terms of capacitating, especially rural communities, in terms of the programs that are available and how to speak the language of harm reduction, we will avoid certain incidences like that where people resort to extreme ways of solving the problem of drug use in the communities. Hence, the traditional leaders, we know that these are the gatekeepers in most of these communities, and it's one of the strategies that we will be partnering with, roll out a full national training to address that issue. Then lastly, as the country, the drug epidemic, just to emphasize, is the one that requires urgent attention. Other speakers, I think even the Premier was mentioning that this morning. If we are to have an impact, we cannot continue to do business as usual. We need to foster strategic partnerships such as this one that demonstrates the key role of each stakeholders in the fight against the drug epidemic that is currently wreaking havoc in our communities. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roch. He said I must call him Roch because I'm struggling to pronounce the name. Thank you very much. I just don't want to waste a lot of time, but just to say that I think common issues are coming out. Integration, coordination, collaboration, united front, multi-sectoral approach, And there's a relationship between HIV, AIDS, and drugs that we cannot, refute. But also I hear him saying that there are commonalities between the National Drug Master Plan and the NSP for HIV and TB. So, and I think we are same stakeholders in terms of, the implementation of both. So we just have to work together and see how best can we really bring together the limited resources for us to be able, to have a successful story for both the TB, HIV, and for elimination of drugs. So let's give him a round of applause again. Minister has said that we are part of the globe, isn't it? We must not look ourselves in isolation. And therefore, the next item, we're going to have a recorded message of support from Mr. Brian Morales, the Branch Chief Office of Global Programs and Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, U.S. State Department. So, can you please help us with the recording message? Thank you. The recorded message. It's gonna play it. Oh, there it is.
On behalf of the U.S. Department of State, it is our privilege to be at the opening ceremony for the South African National Drug Master Plan meeting. My name is Bruno. Referred to as INL. I work on the drug demand reduction team supporting projects related to treatment, quality assurance, and substance use curriculum development. It is an honor to be here and
to come up and speak on ITTC SA and connect the recorded speech to ITTC SA. Can we clap our hands for Professor Speber, please?
Yeah, you can jump.
Good morning, colleagues. I thought I would jump up to demonstrate I still have my youth and my flexibility. So Bruno is my program manager, and his eye doesn't normally look like that. So that's something that happened before his flight. So he doesn't always look like a bank robber. So I just wanted to apologize. So all protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The International Technology Transfer Center South Africa is funded by the US Department of State, INL. One of our 3 aims is supporting the development and implementation of national and regional policy for drug demand reduction. It has been our pleasure to maintain a successful collaborative relationship with the Department of Social Development and the Central Drug Authority in this regard. Now, I'm out of breath, not because I jumped up the steps, but because of your altitude. Now, it takes me a while to get used to Joburg's altitude. So essentially, a key element of the implementation of drug policy is support through capacity building, which the ITTC achieves firstly through the teaching activities of the Division of Addiction Psychiatry at the University of Cape Town, where I'm head of division. Oh, I should have started with that. My name is Goodman Sbego. I'm head of the Division of Addiction Psychiatry at the University of Cape Town and director of the ITTC South Africa. So through the activities of my division, we do capacity building to the professional workforce, and through the ITTC's direct offerings, we do capacity building for non-specialist workers and policy leaders as well. So essentially, our collaboration most recently has extended into working to support passive risk mapping for substance use disorders in South Africa through the web app Assist, which you will have seen on the boards around the venue here, and which will continue to be there over the next 3 days. And those on social media will be able to engage with the web app Assist via social media. So this tool simultaneously provides individualized and required, and this will enable us as a country to have a consistent passive visual of where the problems are, which communities are struggling with which substances, so that the resources that are appropriate can then be mobilized accordingly. So Premier Lesufi mentioned earlier, and therefore this is a demonstration of our creativity and our drive to be creative as we seek enabling, well, certainly we seek their enabling powers and strategic support to ensure that these innovations and similar innovations reach the communities in need. So, Premier Lesufi, in your absence, I must also highlight that Higher Health has recently launched the Civic Education and Health Skills Program, and it makes sense that such a curriculum development could extend to the basic education sector to prepare our youth to face challenges that can prepare them for the exposures they're about to encounter, including exposure to substances. South Africa has leading modern policy, we know this, for dealing with substance use disorders, which are person-centric, which are evidence-based, and which are collaborative. And that's really reflected in all of the people that you've seen on stage so far and will see on stage after me. So our task is to mobilize the resources and partnerships effectively as provided for in our legislation, and to educate the general public about our efforts so that people know what we're doing, so it doesn't seem like we're sitting around doing nothing. And that's why it's really important that if you're on social media, please do share what's happening today, make sure people are aware that we're engaging about drug policy in South Africa, that we are concerned about person-centric care, that we're concerned about evidence-based care, and that we do care about them. So I wish to congratulate the Provincial Substance Abuse Forums and the Central Drug Authority on the successfully run provincial summits, which have been held in the run-up to this main summit, where we will now take stock of our successes, consider our challenges and our shortcomings as a country, and discuss strategies for improving the implementation of the provisions of what is a very advanced set of policies. So I wish the Department of Social Development and the Central Drug Authority, as well as all the valued partners here today and joining online, all the best in these key deliberations over the coming 3 days as we pursue our joint commitment to improving the well-being of society, leaving no one behind.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, now okay, it's not working so well going down. I see. The jump was good going up, and now it's not working good. Thank you very much. With that, and as I mentioned before, ITTC SA through the INL has provided us with funding, and they are co-hosting the summit with us as the CDA, and we truly appreciate that, as well as SANAC. I will ask Mr. Guna Rangaswamy from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime to come and give us their message of support. With a clap of hands, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me do a couple of acknowledgements before I speak about why I am here today. Honorable Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Sulu, Honorable Premier of Gauteng Province, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, Honorable Deputy Minister for Social Development, Ms. Henrietta Zulu, Honorable MECs for Social Development, Agriculture and Rural Development, members of the National House of Traditional Leadership, Chairperson of the Central Drug Authority, Ms. Nandi Maithila Kosha, Deputy Chair Namtebo Lamini, and CDA board members. Dr. Rogers from the South African National AIDS Council, Bruno in absentia, colleagues from African Union, Professor Goodman Sibako, Director ITTC, colleagues from the UN, officials from the Department of Health, DSD, DCS, chairperson and members from the Provincial Substance Abuse Forums, CEO, SASA, representatives of the local drug action committees, friends from civil society, distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Thank you for inviting UNODC to this third National Summit on Substance Use, Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today. That too, this summit is happening after a couple of years break. First of all, let me congratulate the Department of Social Development and the Central Drug Authority of South Africa for bringing us all together to this summit to delve into issues around addressing substance use in South Africa. As we convene here for the biennial summit of the Central Drug Authority of South Africa, as part of UNODC, I would like to reflect on the collaborative efforts and achievements over the past 2 years in advancing the shared mission of promoting drug demand reduction, harm reduction, and implementing evidence-based strategies to address drug-related challenges. The activities jointly undertaken with the CDA exemplify our collective commitment to fostering positive change in our communities. I would like to share a couple of them that we jointly did as part of promoting the work from the National Drug Master Plan and the goal number 1, which is reduce demand for drugs in communities, both last year and this year. So with in alignment with the National Drug Master Plan, UNODC organized a webinar in 2022 May, which actually focused on implementation of opioid agonist treatment in South Africa. This was jointly done with the Global Fund and the World Health Organization. This drew a lot of attention, and also it brought together esteemed representatives from various government departments, international organizations, and civil society. This was attended by more than around 110 people, and it spurred a lot of discussions around opioid agonist treatment, which many of the speakers and our leaders have said, which is very important as part of improving harm reduction activities. Throughout the year 2022, UNODC collaborated with the Department of Social Development and the South Africa Network of People Who Use Drugs, SANPUT, to conduct 2 critical harm reduction workshops benefiting over 40 civil society representatives from Kwakwa and Amajuba. These sessions empowered participants with a deepened understanding of harm reduction principles, enabling them to formulate strategic work plans, and will contribute to meaningful community engagement and informed advocacy in the pursuit of funding for essential programs. In November 2022, an important consultative meeting was organized by UNODC and the Central Drug Authority. One of the things that we repeatedly heard today was collaboration and bringing people together. So this meeting convened key stakeholders to garner increased support for harm reduction initiatives, particularly focusing on how to implement the essential elements from the comprehensive package of HIV prevention services. This gathering, attended by representatives from diverse array of government bodies and organizations, facilitated important discussions aimed at fostering policy harmonization and integrated approaches within health, social security, and social justice sectors. Dr. Rogers actually mentioned about this. Sometimes it is important for us to see to believe. So there were 2 learning visits organized in the span of last 2 years. One was participated, both of them are participated by the critical, people who have to play a role in improving harm reduction in the country, and including the correctional services, Central Drug Authority. There were 2 learning visits to Kenya, which were really very successful, and which also provided the people who were part of the delegation to learn about valuable insights in terms of improving and implementing the right programs here in South Africa. This experience also will serve as a foundational blueprint for implementing similar activities here, which is very critical, particularly on harm reduction. UNODC also last year and this year worked along with the African Union, with CDA, Department of Correctional Services, organized 2 large meetings to discuss about how to really work around on issues around substance use in South Africa. This was very well accepted or taken for further work. And also an action plan was really prepared, and it was also discussed this year in the 2nd meeting of traditional leadership. In 2023, UNODC hosted a significant side event in the 66th Commission on Narcotic Drugs. This was held in March under the theme of promoting evidence-based HIV prevention interventions among people who use drugs and people in prisons in the region. So the chair of CDA presented CDA's efforts to promote harm reduction through National Drug Master Plan in this important event, which was a global meeting. Subsequent meetings, trainings, and capacity building events have further strengthened our collective resolve to implement harm reduction strategies and elevate the well-being of individuals affected by drug use in South Africa. Once again, to bring the focus of collaboration, there was also another interdepartmental meeting that was conducted this year to look at improving the quality of working around issues around harm reduction or improving the quality of treatment services in the country. Very recently, UNODC has initiated a quality assurance in drug use disorder treatment program in collaboration with the National Department of Social Development and Central Drug Authority of South Africa. This is aimed at improving quality treatment services in the country. So there will be a mapping which will be done. There will be building the capacity of service providers. There would also be implementing the international standards which need to be there to have very quality treatment services that needs to be available in South Africa. So this is a little longer process, but the process has begun. I'm happy to share that here. Like the chair mentioned during her presentation, the non-medical use of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances are on the sharp rise across the globe, including the continent, and which is our serious concern, especially for those with special vulnerabilities, youth, women, and children in our society. When I speak about substance use or drugs issues, how can we forget about speaking about issues related to HIV? 41% of the new infections in Eastern Southern Africa for new HIV infections occur in South Africa. Sometimes people who inject drugs are also one of the people who really contribute to significant new infections in the country. This tells us why it is also important to work with people who inject drugs to be able to really work around HIV issues. We need to reach those who are most difficult to reach because they need us the most, like people who use drugs, people in prisons, people in rural marginalized communities. We need to work with them more because they face barriers of stigma and discrimination. Needless to say this, but I have to mention this, women are the most affected and they often face greater barriers to treatment for drug use disorders. We need to ensure access to care for all and focus on specific treatment needs for women. Good news is we have a supportive National Drug Master Plan which takes all these issues into concern. We need to be really now implementing them much more. And like the minister earlier said today, there is political will. That's another plus that forces us or helps us to really implement it well. Therefore, to conclude, there is a collective need for a collective response to leave no one behind. Everyone has a role to play, from governments, from civil society, to individuals, to traditional leadership in bringing the necessary attention and resources to this issue. Sometimes we need to put resources where it is needed the most. Where there is evidence, we need to put more resources there. UNODC stands ready to work with all of you in our commitment to advancing drug demand reduction, harm reduction, and evidence-based interventions in South Africa. Together, let us continue to forge a path towards a safer, healthier, and more inclusive South Africa. Thank you very, very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rangaswamy. And we truly appreciate the support of the UNODC. And as I mentioned when we started, or rather the chairperson, that we are part of the family of the Department of Social Development. So whenever the support is given to the Department of Social Development, it is also in a way translating to us. So we truly appreciate that, in as much as we appreciate the support that we are getting from the department itself. But the CDA is consisting of 21 departments of government, who are also supposed to be supporting the CDA, just as much as the Department of Social Development. So as we're standing here today and able to say we're thanking the ITTC, thanking SANAX, thanking social development, I'm hoping that the next summit, we will be listing all the departments and saying thank you DBE, thank you DHE, thank you, and doing all that. And I'm really, really hoping that we can get that going and not have such a big problem that is facing our country being dealt with by just one department with very limited resources that they have. So I will mention the departments that are here, which we truly appreciate. Department of Basic Education, our colleagues from there, thank you very much for being here. SAPS is here, Department of Health is here, Department of Correctional Services, and may I mention that they are the ones that have the choir, which has disappeared on me, by the way. I'm hoping that the choir will appear again. And the Department of Correctional Services, the National Commissioner has been quite supportive of the CDA, I must say, and the department itself has been, since we came into office, has been supporting us. The Department of Higher Education has also been part of our team. Department of Small Business Development, NYDA, Justice and Correctional Services, and lately we have had a massive change in terms of how we engage with the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, which is amazing, and we are very, very proud and very happy to have them as part of the structure in the CDA. And just as we are about to go to lunch now, I am not sure if the recorded message from the African Union has been loaded. Can I please be advised? I cannot see. You see, I did say that the TV is a problem. Oh, okay, it's there, because I'm just seeing lights. Can we have it play? It's a message from the African Union. The African Union was initially going to be here, but they were in Zambia this week, so they just had, I think, about 2 days. And then they, instead of coming down to South Africa, they said their commitments are forcing them to go back to others. So then they sent through a recorded message, which we will be playing right now.
Excellencies, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure for the African Union Commission to join hands with you in this important conference, which comes a few days after the high-level session organized by the African Union in Lusaka, Zambia, from 8 to 10 November 2023, to look into ways of addressing substance use and related mental health disorders, especially among youth, women, and children on the continent. African Union member states are experiencing an upsurge in public health problems due to increased availability and use of psychoactive substances trafficked into the continent and also produced locally. And the big question that confronts us is how to respond to the challenge appropriately. It is true that drugs kill, but bad policies kill a lot more. The African Union's current strategic framework that guides drug policy development on the continent is premised on a balanced approach between drug supply and drug demand reduction. We urge member states to align domestic policy with continental aspirations by increasing investment in reducing significant health, social, and economic problems associated with substance use and misuse, by building the capacity and expanding substance use and prevention workforce, by widening the reach of interventions through increased availability and access to quality drug dependency prevention and treatment services. In conclusion, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are encouraged by your efforts in South Africa to address the drug challenge head-on, and this conference is testament of that. The African Union Commission remains at your disposal for technical support as needed. I thank you.
Thank you. We are part of the globe, we are aligned. Our policies are evidence-based. I heard that we are even recognized internationally, that South Africa, they don't just develop policies, but they make sure that they are evidence-based and they are aligned international. So thank you very much for the message of support. We're having our last speaker from this session. We know, we who come from rural areas, we know that Kosi is the last person to talk. Once the Kosi has spoken, nobody has to say anything. So we are going to welcome on the stage Hosi M. Zanwisi, who's going to represent Inkosi Thabo Seatlholo. Hosi, over to you.
Inhlikani. Inhlikani in my language means good afternoon. Inhlikani, mko aye. Thanks. I was outside for some time because my mother, who's the DM, she's the mother of the National House. She kept me in the holding room there for some time until I told her that I'm here to represent my chairperson, Kosi Seatlholo. I'm from a very peculiar royalty in that space we normally choose our volunteers. So I was chosen as a volunteer to come here today because you couldn't make it. As I came in here, I saw the word CDA there. And I was a bit excited thinking that for the first time in my life, I'm going to see CDA, Central Drug Abuse, the main distributors. Only to find that they're the ones who are here to fight it. On that part, I was a bit disappointed because I was not looking forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here as various stakeholders from the Republic of South Africa, Africa, and other parts of the world to continue with our efforts to fighting the scourge of drug and substance abuse and associated crimes such as human trafficking. As traditional leaders, we remain committed and unrelenting in putting everything we have to fight and defeat this terrible scourge that is ravaging our country, the continent of Africa, and the world. If we fail to do this, sake. If we fail to do this together, illicit drug trafficking and its twin evil, human trafficking, will finish us all. We'll have to wake up one day without a country if we don't fight this. We as Tihosi and the kings are here to put our hand on the wheel to fight the scourge. Of course, it is a twin battle. We have to get involved. We have to partner others and government, private sector, religious leaders, NGOs, and communities. As the famous saying goes, together we can do more. Through effective partnership, we can carry out successful advocacy campaigns that should target leaders, community members, and drug users, especially children, and the young and beautiful boys who should be our leaders of tomorrow. Although traditional leadership sector focuses on goal number 1 of drug demand reduction and through advocacy, we also do have a role to play in other goals, such as goal 2, drug supply reduction, through working closely with SAPs and other law enforcers. We are grateful for the initiative of establishing traditional policing in our rural communities. This initiative, we hope, will contribute to the reduction and supply of drugs. We also have a role to play in Goal 4, leadership, accountability, and governance, through providing support to the relevant leaders and structures. Obviously, the challenge of drugs cannot be addressed in isolation. Other complementary programs must be brought in. Recently, the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Mutsoaledi, hosted a migration summit with traditional leaders in government departments and municipalities to address the challenges of uncontrolled international migration, businesses by foreigners in South Africa, and other key areas that need attention. From the summit, it was clear that we can conquer the drug challenges and related challenges in our country by working together as leaders and as structures, in line with the slogan, "United we stand, divided we fall." As you might have observed, as a national house and provincial houses, we have participated in various programs of fighting the scourge in South Africa and the world abroad. Recently, our chairperson, Khosisa Tulo, who chose me as a volunteer to come and represent him here, he was in Zambia, Lusaka, as part of a collective positioning and fighting the scourge of drug and substance abuse in South Africa, the continent of Africa and the world. In Lopia, we've got to fight it together. Inko.
Raleboha Khosi, thank you very much. As we are ending the session, I just want to summarize the issues that come from the session. We are summarizing the session, we'll be getting into the other session after lunch. I think we all agree that we need to reflect of where we come from. What did we do well? What did we not do well? Why do we find ourselves where we are? The state in which we are that is so undesirable. Most importantly, because we believe in evidence-based policy, evidence-based strategies, what does the research say? Because we've got so much research that has been conducted. And we'll be hearing about such researches in our different commissions. We must also have a foresight. What is the horizon for the next 5 years as we are preparing to review the NDP? How are we going to be establishing our goals for the next NDP, having taken into consideration the lessons that we have learned in the past and all that has been said in this forum? Now, this collaboration, coordination, multi-sectoral approach we've been talking about, it's embedded within our NDP, but we're still grappling with. I think we need to also look at it. We know it is in two ways, vertical, which is, government to government department to government department. We know also it is horizontal, where it talks about government, private sector, academia, civil society organization, donor sector, regional partners, African continent, and international, and even those maybe that I have not mentioned. Now, we also need to ask ourselves a question. Where is the touch points where vertical and horizontal meet, as these are the critical success factors? The critical questions we have to ask ourselves about coordination, it requires deeper analysis. What do you want to coordinate? That is at functional level and the capacity. So once we have done that, we need to ask ourselves a question. What are the enablers that will enable us to coordinate effectively and have a success story? The issues of resources, the issues of systems, you name it. So I really want to close on that note. And from myself and my co-chair, we really want to thank you for listening to us. But before I close, I want to also acknowledge, I want to acknowledge the provincial substance abuse forums, and the local drug action committees, which are actually doing the job on the ground. Thank you very much. We're going for lunch now. I need to be advised. Come call the program director and advise when are we coming back, and then, yeah, what are the arrangements?
We will come back at 2 o'clock. 2:30. So it will take an hour. We'll come back at 2:30. But what we are asking is that the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum chairpersons, can they please come back at 2:15 so that we can just have a chat around how we are going to run the session that we're going to get into. Our program has been shortened a bit, so we are hoping that we are going to release each other earlier than what we initially thought. So where we're going to eat is Serengeti. Serengeti, they will direct you outside where it is. I do not want to lie and say I know. Because then you're going to look at me funny when you get lost. So they'll direct us outside, and then the dignitaries, we are asking that the people that were in the holding room, the dignitaries that were in the holding room, return to that holding room where they were in the morning, and we shall be asking our co-hosts, SANAC and ITTC, to join them, as well as the UNODC, and the executive of the Central Drug Authority, and other dignitaries. We are going to have outside a room where they will be served as well. I believe. Oh, and the kings, of course, and the kings. Thank you, Chair. Do you have anything to say? Announcements? They are whispering. What are you saying? No, I'm saying that's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay. Okay. There's a last request for a photo moment, Minister, with the people that are in recovery and the people that were testifying. We missed that photo moment, so we're asking if you can just allow that. They are asking for a picture, and we will ask that the dignitaries please just give us that 10 minutes to do that before you go for lunch. We are free to go for lunch. Thank you very much.
The rep from KwaZulu-Natal, please. In the meantime, can I ask the rep from Northwest to please make sure that their presentation is loaded at the back? Northwest chairperson to please have their presentation loaded. You have. Instead of KZN, can we please take the Northern Cape as our third presentation in the interest of time? I know Northern Cape wanted to go early. Cool. Okay. Good afternoon again to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the MECs in the room, the international partners, local partners, representatives from the government, the different government departments. Welcome. We are on our last session of the third National Summit of the Central Drug Authority. And maybe just to congratulate the CDA on a good summit, right? My name is Bongile Monareng. I am Director for Psychosocial Support Services at the National Department of Basic Education. I'm going to be driving this session. How are we going to do it? We're going to first have an overview of achievements and challenges from Nomathemba Kela, who's the chairperson of the Governance Committee of the Central Drug Authority. After that, we're going to take 3 provinces each. We're starting with Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape. When they are done, we'll have the next 3. When that 3 is done, we'll have another 3, and then we'll have a Q&A. So please help me to welcome Ms. Nomathemba Kela. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a saying in Afrikaans that says, mag is vol, oog is toe. Mag is vol, oog is toe. Simply put, it means that when your tummy is full, you sleep. So we are at that session at the time of the day, and I hope the opposite will apply. Colleagues, let me acknowledge the Minister of Social Development. In absentia, I don't see her. The Deputy Minister for Social Development. The Premier as well, who was here with us. And then I acknowledge the MECs from Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga and only 2. And apologies, I'm trying. I'm not in government, so I'm doing the protocol thing, but I might mess it up. Chairperson of the CDA and colleagues, CDA colleagues, and our international partners, the World Health Organizations, and our other partners that are in this room, especially those that have really made it possible for us to be here today. And I'm talking about the ITTC, and then she's gonna kill me, Prof. And then SANAC as well, that really have contributed largely to or rather making this event a success jointly with the department, and the department as well, maybe to just thank them for the opportunity. As indicated, I am from the CDA. My name is Noma Themba Kela. And ladies and gentlemen, I also acknowledge you, NGOs, CBOs, business, everybody else that is here. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for taking your time at this busy time of the year to be with us and to give your input to the summit. I'm going to make this presentation, let's see. Yeah, you can mount, please. The purpose, and I said I'm supposed to be presenting on making a presentation on the achievements and challenges of the CDA. How I'm going to do this is to firstly give a background on who are we as a CDA. And a lot of people have asked this question. What is a CDA? Let alone Central Drug Authority. But when you say CDA, people don't even know who we are. And we pick this up in the provinces as well. People say, okay, CDA, who are you? Where do you come from? And then we'll talk a little bit about the legislative mandate of the CDA, where we derive our mandate in terms of the National Drug Master Plan. Built in, of course, in terms of the mandate, in terms of the, mandate in terms of the National Drug Master Plan. Is the presentation up? Yeah. I'm not going to talk too much about that because I think the chairperson, our very able chairperson, covered it adequately, so I'm not going to go into that, and it will save us a lot of time. But we're also going to look at the operational context of the CDA, how we operate, where we operate, what the issues are where we operate, but I'm not going to go into too much detail around that. And then we look at the achievements of the CDA and the challenges, and built into those challenges will also have recommendations. Just in terms of the background, we were appointed and inaugurated by the Minister of Social Development in 2021. And our period of office is 5 years up to 2026. CDA consists of 11 independent members and 20 designated government departments and entities nominated by their respective ministries and appointed by the DSD minister. And then the CDA is accountable to the Minister of Social Development and is also accountable to Parliament. We are expected on an annual basis to submit report to Parliament, our annual report to Parliament, and this is legislated. And they invite us to come and make presentations on our annual report. So it's something that we obliged to do, or we expected to do. We currently have a secretariat. However, that secretariat is composed of 2 deputy directors and 2 admin people. And that's the situation as it is. But the legislation says you must have a secretariat, fully fledged secretariat, along the lines of Bosanak, if I may put it that way. That is led by a director, CDA secretariat. And we are currently located in the Department of Social Development. But we are not one of the entities of social development, if that makes sense. So we are just attached to the Department of Social Development in terms of the Act. So that's who we are. We derive our mandate, as I said, from the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act 2008, Act number 70, apologies, that should be 70, Act number 70 of 2008. And I'd just like to highlight some of the areas that we need to focus on as we look at that Act. And I'm hoping that people have seen this Act. If not, please Google it, it's there. And if the CDA on issues of the CDA, it's chapter 10 of the Act. Section 53 of the Act establishes the CDA. Section 52A to 53(2) A to T provides for the fit and proper persons at the level of at least a director from each of the 20 departments and state agencies to serve as members of the CDA. So we have all the government departments that are designated by the Act, but in addition, because the Act was promulgated in 2008, we have other departments, new departments, and you know the reconfiguration has happened over the years, and those those other departments. I can mention, for instance, Department of Women, Youth and Children, I don't know what the order is, and the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, much as they are not in the legislation, but in terms of the National Drug Master Plan, they are supposed to be part of the CDA as well. And it does indicate that it has to be people at the level of director, because those people would have to take decisions on behalf of their respective departments. So you need people senior enough, and we're trying to get this, but sometimes it's not workable. And even where senior people are designated, they would send proxies to the CDA. So this presents some challenges, but I must say that the situation has really improved. And on top of that, we have the Section 53(2)(u) also provides for no more than 13 members who are knowledgeable and experienced in the field of substance abuse to be appointed by the DSD minister for a period of 5 years. And I must say that to get appointed to these positions, we were really grilled by Parliament. The interviews were conducted by Parliament, and they took us to pieces. So, yeah. And my colleagues are smiling because they know. And then they came up with a recommended list that they gave to the minister for minister to effect the appointments. And then, we've got 11 independent members that the chairperson pointed out to you, and And I must say all the members that have been appointed are there, they are active, and they are really, really working hard. At a provincial level, that was at a national level. At a provincial level, Section 57 provides for the establishment of the Substance Abuse Forum in the 9 provinces. And in Section 58 specifies the role of and functions of those Substance Abuse Forum. And we are in the process now of really ensuring that those functions that have been given to Substance Abuse Forum, they are implemented. And then at a local level, we've got Section 60 that provides for the establishment of local drug action committees, and Section 61 also spells out the role of the local drug action committees. And in the country, we have 250, they're supposed to be appointed by the mayors of the different municipalities, and we've got 257 municipalities in the country at different level, metros, we've got district municipalities and local municipalities and so on. So those in total are 257, but now we have a total of 151 local drug action committees. And at this point in time, we know that due to various reasons, lack of resources and so on, not all of them are fully functional. And then in terms of the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan, Section 62 of the Act grants the authority to the CDA to ensure compliance with implementation of the National Drug Master Plan by government departments, by government entities and other stakeholders. So we do have an authority to request, and bearing in mind, of course, that the National Drug Master Plan is a responsibility of the CDA, as well the independent members, as well as the departments. So all of us form what we call the CDA, and each one of us and the departments, respective departments, actually hold the others accountable. So when we receive reports from different departments, all of us sit in a panel and we sit and explore those reports and see what is going on. Very quickly, I'm going to look at the functions of the CDA. Is to oversee and monitor the implementation of the Drug Master Plan. And just to emphasize, we are not implementers. We cannot go out there and run program. We facilitate those processes, we monitor, we ensure that there's integration. We facilitate the rationalization of existing resources and monitor their effective use. I can make an example here. For instance, all departments, the low-hanging fruit for all of us is awareness programs in different provinces. And that's what the national departments, that's what report on, that's what PSEFs report on, and that is in goal 1 of the National Drug Master Plan. But if we are saying that if we were to pull resources together and really maximize on the effort that you are making, we'd have better results. Instead of each department going and doing their own campaigns, and the others will go and do their own campaigns that are not even measured or to see whether we are actually making an impact. There have been questions asked around whether we really having value for money with this, what impact are we making with these awareness campaigns that we are having. So we also have to encourage department and private institutions to compile plans to address substance abuse in line with the goals of the National Drug Master Plans. And this is what we call sector drug master plans. So each department is supposed to come to develop a sector drug master plans, a sector drug master plan that is aligned to the National Drug Master Plan. So that is very, very critical. And we'll talk to that later. And we also must ensure that each department of state has its own performance indicators that they can be measured against, whose performance they can be measured against. We need to facilitate the initiation and promotion of measures to address the use of substances, ensure the establishment and maintenance of information systems, submit annual reports that set out a comprehensive description of the national effort to Parliament, to the Minister and to Parliament, and ensure effective development of strategies for prevention, early intervention, reintegration, and aftercare services. And then advise the government on policies and programs in the field of substance abuse and drug trafficking. Recommend to Cabinet the review of the National Drug Master Plan every 5 years. Now, this is a process towards the review of the National Drug Master Plan. And because the National Drug Master Plan that you are dealing with now is from the year 2019 to the year 2024. So by next year, it will come to an end. And I think I should just highlight the fact that in terms of implementation, you remember, there was a whole lockdown thing, COVID and what have you. I know they always say that we make excuses with COVID. But there was COVID, and the new Central Drug Authority, we call ourselves the fourth CDA, was established immediately after that. So we can't say we have been very effective in terms of implementing the National Drug Master Plan, the current National Drug Master Plan. We are expected to organize, as a chairperson said, a biennial summit on substance abuse, but yeah, it's been 11 years. Exercise such powers and perform such duty as may be determined by the minister. Now the achievements, coming to the achievements of the CDA. When the CDA came in 2021, we didn't have anything actually. We had to start setting up systems ourselves and set up structures so that we are able to function and to be able to carry out our mandate. We developed, from year one, annual performance plans that were costed, and of course they were not funded because we don't have a budget, a dedicated budget to the CDA. The budget is located and controlled, is controlled by the Department of Social Development. But the annual performance plans that we have guide the functioning of the CDA and its portfolio committees, and we've got a number of portfolio committees, and all these portfolio committees are functional. I'm the chairperson of the governance committee. We've got FSEC, Finance and Social Ethics Committee. We've got, what are the other committees? Projects and programs. We've got FSEC, which is, no, not FSEC, what is that? Marketing, and those are the portfolios that we have. I didn't mention them here. So those we have established, and they are, as I said, fully functional. Independent members of the CDA are assigned to specific departments and to specific provinces to establish relationships and partnerships, and to assist departments to comply with the National Drug Master Plan and obligations in terms of their obligations in terms of the Act. I don't know how many of us here are familiar with the National Drug Master Plan. Can I just see a show of hands? Yeah, that's the situation in the country, and we keep talking about the National Drug Master Plan. And even people that are seated in this room don't know, and that National Drug Master Plan has been in the making now for almost 4 years. So colleagues, what are we talking about? Because if all of us are stakeholders and if all of us are serious, we need to know what is a blueprint that the country has developed to manage the drug problem. And I think Chairperson actually was very, very elaborate on that issue. But I think what is critical is that let's familiarize ourselves with the Act. Let's familiarize ourselves with the National Drug Master Plan. And I must say that this is a type of response that we get even as we were doing provincial consultations, provincial dialogues as build up to this. People do not know the National Drug Master Plan. Even the departments that you are working with, sometimes they don't know the National Drug Master Plan. So how do you render service? But from the National Drug Master Plan, we are supposed to, the departments are supposed to come up with sector drug master plan that then inform their own work around the National Drug Master Plan. So it's something that we are battling with. As a chairperson said, there are 4 or 5 departments that have sector drug master plan. Fortunately, the provinces have responded very well, and they do have their sector drug master plan. And at the end of the year, or in fact, twice a year, they are reporting on the implementation of those drug master plans. So it's very, very encouraging. In 2022, we launched our social media platform, including our website, www.centraldrugauthority.co.za. Please just go through that site and see what is in the site, because you get to know about the National Drug Master Plan. It's there. You'll get to know about a lot about the CDA and what it stands for. And we have successfully set up systems and structures to make CDA functional to be able to carry out its mandate. We've improved participation of departments. When we started, only departments, and even then we half-heartedly, only 8 departments were represented in the CDA instead of the 21 that were designated by the Act. But we've been able, through the intervention of the CDA members that have been designated to support the different departments, we are able to bring the number to 20. We can proudly say that they are active, they are participating, they are reporting, and this is very, very encouraging. And we, as a collective CDA, we've held departments and entities accountable. And they are submitting periodic and sectoral reports, which are then consolidated, analyzed, and integrated into the CDA annual report. Previously, what used to happen, and I remember there was one department that gave us half a page of a report in over 2 years, because they knew we don't read these reports. The reports are not read, they are just consolidated and sent to Parliament. But we are at a point now where we are able to interrogate these reports jointly with all the CDA members, and to really check whether, or see where we can improve on these reports, what are the things that are missing. So as on an ongoing basis, we improve capacity. The CDA made the deadline for the submission of annual reports for 3 consecutive years. And the first year, we were not even working at the time. We had not been appointed, but we were able, because we are expected by law to submit those reports. And we have presented the report to the NCOP, Select Committee, and the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, respectively. And we've received very good feedback from them. Collaboration and partnerships, we formed partnership with international stakeholders such as the World Health Organization, and they were there, and they told you what they are doing together with the CDA. The UNODC, also there was a lot of information given around the UNODC INL, which is a co-sponsor of this event. Regionally, we are working with the African Union. I'm not going to go into detail, you heard for yourself, and SADC, and we continue to forge relationship with our neighboring countries and across the continent. And when we were in Lusaka, I happened to be there as well, people were commenting that SADC is not strong, and we need to strengthen the relationship and the board within SADC. Because if you go to ECOWAS, they say ECOWAS is doing wonderful work. So it's something that we need to take as a challenge and to really pursue, because we can share experiences, much as we are seen as leaders in the continent on substance abuse. And then in the country, and ITTC at South Africa. You had a prof presenting here and giving a message of support about what they are doing. And they've developed this assist tool, and Prof, please excuse me if I mess the words up, but it's a passive risk mapping electronic self-assessment tool. And it's self-assessment, but it can also be practitioner-led. So if you see the, what do you call these things? I hope some of you went there and just tested yourself to see what is your risk level. Because I know that the Deputy Minister says all of us are addicted to substances in one way or the other, even in the way we drink coffee and all that, but yeah. So maybe we need to go and test ourselves there and then see. But it's also available on the net, and people can actually go there and have a look. And I think it's something that, because sometimes you don't know whether you are crossing the boundaries, you're not sure what's going on, and that gives you an opportunity to assess yourself. We're also partnering with institutions of higher learning, NGOs, and other entities such as SANCA, a very big partner of ours, COSAP, SAMRC, and many others. SALGA and the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders are also our partners, and you heard what they had to say. But we really are encouraged, because often the services are in the urban areas. Your rural communities are not reached, and local townships, if I may put it that way, are also not reached. So SALGA we had an arrangement with them where we were facilitating when they were inaugurating the councillors after the last election. They invited us to all their meetings where we were able to present the National Drug Master Plan and also indicate what is expected in terms of wards and decentralizing the service to what level. So we really make use of those partnerships. We've engaged liquor boards in all the provinces to understand their operations and challenges. And our plan is that we will be calling them together, all of them, to say to what extent can we really try and make sure that we standardize the licensing conditions. I don't know whether it is possible, but I think if all of us put our heads together, because it doesn't make sense to have one type of license here. You can open the outlets until 8 o'clock and across the street in another province. There are situations like that. I know in the Free State, for instance, the demarcation is between, in the middle of a town. One part is a Free State, the other part is Gauteng. I'm told that is happening. But if it's two conditions that apply, how do you then manage that? So we want to talk about that, but also we want to talk about the challenges that they are having collectively. And we are going to be involving the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. In terms of the challenges, we say National Drug Master Plan is a good plan, but it has never been costed. So to have a plan that's not costed doesn't help us in any way whatsoever. Because how then is it going to be implemented? And that's why it's seen by most departments and entities as an add-on. You know, it's not taken seriously, and therefore people report routinely on the work that they are doing, but they are not focusing on the National Drug Master Plan itself. Sector drug master plans, and I say for departments and PSEFs, are essential. But if they are not integrated into the strategic plan and the operational plans of departments and entities, how do we expect them to be implemented? So in order to ensure that at least they get budgeted for, we need to integrate them into the business plans of departments and place them amongst the top priorities where they apply to us. So it's something that we need to really start looking at. My chairperson is always saying to me, but how much are the departments committing in terms of fighting in terms of addressing the issues of substance abuse? What is the monetary value of their interventions? We cannot measure that. So it's something that we really have to look at. And the establishment of LDEX is still a challenge, but we need to centralize the drug management program to decentralize to local drug communities. Let me just give an example of what I'm talking. We've got the metros. The X says one, it doesn't say one, but it says a local drug action committee shall be established per municipality. Now we talk about metros. Gauteng itself has got 4 metros. And how many municipalities or other communities are there in those metros? How do we reach those communities? To what extent can it be decentralized to at least ward level? So we need to talk about that and make sure that at the end of the day, we are able to reach the communities, because communities are really complaining. They're even making an example with community policing forums to say they are there, they are localized, they are in the community. Why can't we do the same for a local drug action committee or whatever? But also just to give back the power to the community instead of the community folding their hands and expecting somebody else to do the work for them. I think that Premier Panyaza said this very eloquently, to say we need to give power back to the communities. The private sector involvement is key and needs to be amplified in the National Drug Master Plan, because the focus in the National Drug Master Plan is mainly government departments and entities. But we need the private sector as well to participate with us and be involved. And we need to allow, to engage them and to ensure that they also play their part, because the substance issue is not just a government issue, it affects all sectors of society. Organs of civil society have a critical role to play in advocacy and lobbying, and we don't see that at this stage. If you look at how the gender-based violence issue was resolved, if you look at how they not resolved as such, but how it is being addressed, if you look at how the HIV and AIDS and STD issue was brought to the level at which it is, with SANAC being established, it was because of pressure from civil society. So we're saying that let's look at that and see. And then funding, with regard to challenges, additional challenges, funding and resources of the CDA is a really major, is really a major challenge that government needs to commit to, and ensure that resources that are allocated match the size of the problem. At this point in time, it doesn't. It's very, very minuscule. And then government should also not be the only source for funding. Other critical stakeholders, as I indicated, private sector are critical in the provision of the resources. We need to review the legislation that govern CDA and its structures at provincial and local to ensure their independence. Because now they are attached, they are seen to be part of the Department of Social Development. And then we also need to ensure that there's a competent and well-capacity secretariat at all levels, at provincial, national, and at national, provincial, and local. Conclusion, maybe I needed to say this, that I think it is essential that we acknowledge the huge personal and financial sacrifices that CDA members make, that PCFs make, especially independent members, LDEX have made, and continue to make towards the realization of their mandate, and to commend them for the passion that they continue to show in the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. But also we want to acknowledge that the work of the city would not be possible without the substantial contribution of its partners. And we call on everybody in this room to commit to the National Drug Master Plan. We are, maybe just to end, program director, we did say that we ran provincial dialogues as a build-up to the summit. And the input that were made for provinces, you are going to hear, but they are not lost. They've been brought to the summit because we are hoping that with the input that they are making, we are going to be able to, one, come up with proper resolution to address some of the challenges that we're having. And secondly, that we are going to be able to review, they are going to help us to review the National Drug Master Plan, because things evolve, especially in this sector, things evolve very rapidly. So we've got to keep up with the changes that are happening in this area. And then also, I think some of the issues that will be emerging are things that should go to the review. We spoke about the PSEFs and the LDEX and what have you. Review of the Act, because that Act that governs our work, though relevant still, is really old, 2008. And we need to really make sure that some of the things that we are battling with that the Act that does not address, that we actually facilitate the review of that Act and make our inputs. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your time.
Thank you so much, Mamkela Miskela, for the presentation. I think the message is very clear, colleagues. We all need to get involved. And I think just looking at the numbers of the delegates in the summit, it's very encouraging. I think we're well on the way to where we need to be. So another round of applause for the chairperson of the governance committee. So before we hand over to Abo Tumamina, CDA, these are the Tumaminas. So the chairpersons of the provincial substance abuse forums are the guys that are implementing on the ground. And these are the people that are really going to tell us what's happening in each of their provinces. But we're going to have some minor changes in the program. We are, after all, led. So instead of starting with the Gauteng presentation, we're going to start with the Eastern Cape. However, we will have the Honorable MEC, Ms. Bukiwe Fanta, introducing the provincial presentation. After that, we will have the presentation from the chairperson. After the Eastern Cape team, we will have Mpumalanga MEC, Honorable Lindy Wenchali. And if the Mpumalanga chairperson can please be ready to go as the second presentation. Apologies for that, colleagues. If we can please give a big round of applause to Honorable MEC Bukiwe Fanta from the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon to leadership in the absence of Minister, Premier, DM, where's DM? Oh, MECs present and the host CDA that called us, Social Development Leadership, and all the invited guests. I greet you all in the most wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Bukiwe Fanta from Eastern Cape. UDM, starter off guard. We're here to listen and support because we are going for a very wonderful thing next year. She wants us to say something. I'm here to introduce the Eastern Cape. For me, we really need to pray for our country. We really need to pray for our young people. I think you all know the Enyobeni case, where even a 13-year young one was in that Enyobeni and died there. There's a country, there's a demonic attack when it comes to issue of substance abuse and drug abuse. Programs like this of CDA are really helping. But we really need a divine intervention. We really need a divine intervention. When an 11-year-old will be involved in drugs and substance abuse, we are really under attack. There's these new things. Tinagewa, we belong to those old stock. This bent down thing now that they are celebrating, it's really frightening. Even though there was a new band, they're still doing it.
They are still doing it. They are not shocked because of the Enyobin. I sneak myself one day in East London. I saw them. They were in a high mood, young girls. We really need divine intervention. And I like when Premier talk about these licenses. I don't want to be to see the brothers of the other countries. Kodwa, you don't understand where they get license. Our brothers from other countries. And their drugs, their liquor is just mixed with something that made everyone to be, not even know her name, if he's a girl or woman. And I was asking, who is giving them the license? So I think we have nip in the bud, the Premier, when we say the issue of issuing licenses, we need to be dealing with it very seriously. Because they are shopkeepers, they are shops, they are everything. You find food, you find drugs, you find everything, it is there. And unfortunately, they are in our areas, which is rural areas, in our townships, in their numbers. And I want to sponsor something that I sponsored, even the conference of the Women's League. If bakhona befundisi la, the attack in particular is directed to a boy child. The attack in this country is directed to a boy child, to wipe everybody. And I was talking with my Premier to say, Premier, O.R. Tambo said, not everything was done by apartheid was wrong. Take those things that were good and make use of them. As somebody who was working for education the rest of my life until I retired, I'm thinking of, there was this good program that was done by the Boers of taking boys to, I don't know what they call it, in service or service to the force. I was saying to Premier, they could take a gap year after grade 12. All boys to be taken to Waterkloof, Luhatla, and be trained for a year. Because from that force, the respect, the discipline, and everything is there. And when I contacted General Mavusa, Mama, that can happen because our kids are dying. The issue of a boy child is critical. We really need to do something, even if this time around, because it was forced by then, even if it's not a force, but they must take a gap year and go to the force and be trained for patriotism, to be patriotic of their country, to respect women. A 90-year-old in my province was raped by a 20-year-old. And you ask yourself, where are we going? In those few words, I'm saying, we are with you, Mama Wetu. We support this program, and it must go up to local levels. A clear implementation plan is very important. You know, what I'm practical by nature. Talking too much is not my line. I want people that are on the ground doing. So we need a clear implementation plan. If Paul made this plan in papers, it must go there. It must work. We must see it working on the ground. Because the tendency is that South Africa, we're very good in creating these beautiful papers. That's what we're good at, in creating all these beautiful strategies and everything. But implementation is a problem. So I'm saying, as we are in this summit, We must make sure that we come out of the summit with a clear implementation plan. That is easy even to a rural woman. On those few words, thank you. Over to you, Mr. Bakari.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, with those introductions. I think it's safe to say all protocol observed. And thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity to present the highlights or the key issues that were raised in the provincial dialogues in the Eastern Cape. But before I submit the input from the dialogues, I think it's important just to reflect on the structures that are currently in place in the province and some of the key interventions that are implemented. In the Eastern Cape, we have the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum that is established and appointed by the MEC responsible for social development. And the funding for the forum is sourced through the Substance Abuse Unit within the Department of Social Development. We have the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum that is established, and the members were appointed by the MEC responsible for social development in line with the Act. And they have developed the Provincial Drug Master Plan, and all the intervention in the Eastern Capes are implemented in line with the Provincial Drug Master Plan. And the Provincial Drug Master Plan is aligned to the National Drug Master Plan. We have a total of 16 local drug action committees that are functional in the province. Just about 50% of the municipalities in the Eastern Cape have appointed local drug action committees. But we are the first one to acknowledge as well that some were appointed but not functional. And it's an area that we need to focus on going forward to ensure that there are integrated implementation plan at the level of a municipality. Some of the key interventions that are currently implemented in the province, focusing specifically on prevention and early intervention programs, focusing in schools and institutions of higher learning. These are implemented by government departments and NPOs that are working in the substance abuse field. We have a total of 10 registered treatment centers that provide inpatient treatment services, and we have one state treatment center for adolescents in Gqeberha. And we're also providing aftercare and reintegration services to people in recovery. And we're saying this is a service that we need to strengthen going forward. As a build-up to this national summit, we had our provincial dialogues, which were a success not only in terms of the number of participants, but there was a broad participation of stakeholders in the Eastern Cape, various government departments, people in recovery, the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, the NPOs, and private treatment centers. But going forward, we're proposing that the provincial dialogues must be preceded by district dialogues. We need to have participation of stakeholders at a local level, and that we need to mobilize resources in ensuring that as build up to provincial dialogues, we then involve all the stakeholders. There are a number of issues that came up from the provincial dialogues. On goal 1, we highlighted the challenges, but we also made recommendations that must be considered in this summit. One of the key challenges that we noted is that the campaigns that are currently implemented, they tend to focus on awareness rather than on qualitative education, and therefore the desired impact is hindered. We have also noticed that there is low uptake of inpatient treatment services by girls in our state treatment center, and that there is no standardized evaluation mechanism to measure the impact of substance use disorder treatment services that are currently rendered. And these are the recommendations under Goal 1. We are saying there needs to be greater focus And attention should be made towards educating communities at a basic level about the disease model of addiction, early warning signs to strengthen prevention. And there's also a need to strengthen community-based treatment services to cater for those likely to respond to non-residential treatment. And this will also ensure access to treatment, especially in rural areas and areas that are underserviced, where you don't have inpatient treatment services. We are also recommending that we need to have a standardized impact evaluation tools to obtain greater insight to issues contributing to the attainment of long-term sobriety and general content improvement. And on goal 2, which is supply reduction through multi-sectoral cooperation, one of the key challenges that were noted is that, especially this is the issue that was raised strongly by communities, that there is no or there is inadequate protection of whistleblowers. That is also an allegation that was made that law enforcement officers are colluding with drug dealers, and that communities are not willing to report issues of illicit trading in their communities. And the recommendation that we're making as the Eastern Cape is that we need to improve whistleblower anonymity and broader protection of communities, especially where there is an indication of risk. On goal 3, we are saying there is serious underreporting on the availability and the extent of access to controlled medicines, and that there needs to be an improvement in coordination of reporting by affected role players, that is your pharmaceutical companies, SAPRA, and the Department of Health. And on goal 4, which is identification and control of new psychoactive substances, we have noted that there is no substantial reporting on the identification and control of new psychoactive substances. And also we noted there is also a mushrooming of illegal treatment centers. And there were incidents that were reported of human rights violation in these facilities. And one of the recommendations is that we need to use research evidence as the basis for formulating strategies for identification and control of new psychoactive substances, and that implementation of broader social awareness about disease model of addiction, discouraging stigma and criminalization of drug users. The stigma attached to substance addiction exposes people to risk of opting for illegitimate treatment centers, as they find it difficult to openly engage within the public health system. On goal 5, which is about governance, leadership, and accountability for coordinated multi-sectoral effective response, we have noted and we are raising this issue, and it came sharply in the provincial dialogue, that there's non-compliance with Section 60 of the Act. And the proposal here is that the mandate that is given to municipalities of establishing local drug action committee must then be given through to social development. So there needs to be a legislative amendment so that social development take responsibility for establishing local drug action committees, so that at least the impact at a local level can be felt. On goal 6, we noted that there's lack of evidence-based fundings that hampers opportunities for improved access to treatment and development of responsive therapeutic and aftercare programs. Each year, there's a noticeable trend reflecting much lesser number of uptake of substance use disorders by females, both girls and older women, but the reasons behind this are unknown. Therefore, we're recommending that we need to invest in research covering reasons for drug use from the perspective of the user. We look at issues of prevalence and also relapse. On goal number 7, which is about stimulating a robust and sustainable economic growth aimed at reducing poverty and unemployment, we noted that the low levels of literacy and unfavorable employment records and previous misconduct and dismissal tend to hinder future employment prospects for service users after they have been discharged from a treatment program. And we're recommending that as part of reintegration and aftercare, we need to strengthen public-private partnerships and ensure that there are vocational trainings that are provided in our halfway houses so that we increase the prospects of self-employment and also of people getting employment. Thank you, Chair. Those were the inputs from the Eastern Cape to be considered in this summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Honorable MEC from the Mpumalanga prepares to come, may I please ask Chairperson Pastor Marcus Masemelo to come up, please, to join the team on stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to the Deputy Minister present here and my colleague MEC, and let me observe protocol on those that are no longer with us here with other commitments. I am Lindiwe Njali from Mpumalanga, the MEC for Social Development. I must indicate that I'm here with our team from Mpumalanga, which is very functional. I must indicate, as a province of Mpumalanga, we had our drug master plan that was adopted in 2015, and then again we took this one in the 2021-25 plan back to EXCO. It was approved again so that we're aligned to the financial years as per the legislative requirements. This master plan, yes, in Mpumalanga, it's an intersectoral plan which we aim at fighting the scourge of youth substance abuse in the province, because where we're situated is in Mpumalanga. We're situated along the borders. We're bordering other countries. So the drug influx in our province is quite high, and also it includes also your human trafficking. So it's quite an inclusive plan. That is why we're saying it's an intersectoral plan which all departments partake in and all our localities. I must indicate that our structure is in place, also our local structures are in place, but also the plan elevate areas where there's hotspots like in your Malahleni, your Fosman, your Mbombela, your Nkomazi, across the province where we're being challenged. It reflects on that and how to approach it. But also the plan, it prioritizes the annual deliverables, because if we don't align it in terms of annual deliverables, we'll miss the goal. Because our target must be well planned and executed so that we contribute in the reduction. Hence, our plan is driven by 3 substance use disorder strategies, which aims at dealing with your demand reduction, which is discouraging the substance abuse within our communities and promote healthy lifestyle, your harm reduction in terms of also dealing holistically with the treatment of those service users and their families, because families are affected. We had testimonies here. We must go at that level, dealing with your psychological and health impact of this substance abuse. Also your supply reduction, which is aimed at stopping illegal production and distribution. I was shocked when I was on TikTok to say, just Isolta pain with Sprite, our kids can be high. It's rife, especially in your high schools. So it is our task that were given DM as responsible, though we have committees, but as MECs in our provinces, we were given a chance to go out there and lead with our communities to fight this. Because the issue of denial to say my kids is not on drugs, we're not selling drugs, when we're harboring those that are selling drugs. Luckily, I was a councillor at some stage, I was a mayor. Who promulgate bylaws? Who must enforce bylaws? We can't be complacent as South African, whether at the level of local government or at the level of the province. It's us. And how do we do that? Through the izimbizos, through the outreach, because as our committees work, I said to the mayors when I met them, also the MMCs, to say, it is your standing agenda item in your own meetings. Because sometimes we give these people who are selling drugs a right to rent or lease a space to sell whatever tuck shop, but at the end, they sell drugs. And we are quiet about that. So we are saying, as we are a province, we are be challenged because all our national roads meet there, your N4, your N12, your N11, your N17, and your R40. And that's where drug trafficking happens. And that is why we are saying everybody, ourselves, as a department, Department of Health, Department of Education, because also the plan talks to the search and seizure at school. But as parents, what do? We don't allow police to search our kids. We are saying they are violating them. Why are they there? When the drugs, the aunties who are selling outside, they sell the cookies, they sell other stuff that are not right for our kids. So our plan, I must say, I know the plan standing here. And I know what our deliverables. And as a province, as we adopted it, we costed it. They complained to say it's expensive. But we said it's not going to be cheap to fight this battle. But in terms of your intersectoral and interdepartmental working relations, this budget put together, not duplicating programs, we can win this battle. That is why we're saying we're taking it head on, working with every sector, working with every department to say it is possible. Otherwise, the South Africa we know now will be doomed in the next 10 or 15 years because we'll be having our kids walking as ghosts or zombies. And it's upon us. Nobody can explain it. Why did we leave our kids to die like this? But they will ask us, you were there, DM, you were there in Jalinjal as an MSC. What is it that we can do? So as a province, we're facing it head on. It's not easy, it's not an easy battle, but let's go out there. Let's support everybody who want to fight the drugs. Let's have a healthy South Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can just sit down because my MC has just said it all. Can we appreciate her and give a round of applause for that? Thank you. Without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, let me greet in absentia the Minister of Social Development, the Deputy Minister, she is here. Greetings to our MEC, as well as the MEC that is in our midst, the Chairperson of the CDA, and all CDA members, and special greetings to my team that is here, the Mpumalanga Anti-Substance Abuse Forum. Can you give them a round of applause? They are here. Thank you. Because I'm not representing myself, colleagues, I'm representing the members. I want to open this presentation, colleagues, with a quote from Simon Sinek, and he says the following. He's an author of a book titled Why? Open quote. There are only two ways to influence human behavior. You can manipulate it or you can inspire it. Very few people or companies can clearly articulate why they do what they do. But why, I mean your purpose, cause of belief. Why does your company exist? Why do you get out of bed every morning? And why should anyone care? Close quote. As in Mpumalanga province, this is the report from the provincial dialogue, as other colleagues have indicated. And as per Act 70 of 2008, the provincial substance abuse, it is established, as the MEC has alluded to. And then indeed, the very same minister is the one, MEC is the one, I'm promoting her now to be the minister. Yeah. Our MEC also appointed us, so as I'm standing in front of you, I've got an appointed letter signed by her that I am the chairperson of Mpumalanga Anti-Substance Abuse Forum as per the Act of Parliament. And then yes, we do participate through submitting of reports to the Central Drug Authority. And then yes, within the Mpumalanga we have 18 local drug action committees, but we have 11 that are appointed in terms of the Act of 2008. Now, some of the achievements that we do have education programs and awareness campaign conducted through the province. And indeed, one of the achievements the MEC has alluded to, that we have now our new Mpumalanga Drug Master Plan, and our vision is we don't request, we want Mpumalanga free from substance abuse, and try to stop us, we shift you by force. And one of our successes as well is that as Mpumalanga partnered with Exaro, we have trained 10 recovered service users in carpentry, electrical engineering, plumbing, motor mechanic, through the partnership with Exaro. So after they've gone through the treatment at the treatment center, and then Exaro takes them for, we call them portable skills, so that they can be able to be now employable as well. And this agreement, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, it's every time when Exaro is taking a group of 50, 10 out of the 50, which means it will be for us. So every time when they're taking them, we're submitting 10 of our recovered service users as an aftercare program. That is one of our achievements. Now, scientific evidence-based, thank you so much. Scientific-based, evidence-based intervention in the province. There are 2 public treatment centers in our province, namely Swarfontein Inpatient Treatment Center, Kangala Inpatient Treatment Center. There are 6 private inpatient treatment centers that registered with the Department of Social Development in terms of Section 19 of Act 70. What we are promoting in Mpumalanga, we don't promote this unregistered facility. Whoever is in the space of fighting the scourge of substance abuse must be registered within the Department of Social Development. So that is why we are reporting on this one. So no one must be in the space without being properly registered and properly recognized. The Department of Social Development is funding 8 NPOs that are rendering prevention, treatment, and aftercare services. In terms of the logistic of the provincial dialogue, the targeted and stakeholder participation, a total number of 313 people attended the dialogue, and the following stakeholders and departments attended the dialogue. I think, colleagues, I will not, for the sake of time, I will not mention all of them. And then the venue was at Umpompoli Community Hall. And then challenges and recommendation on hosting the provincial dialogue. We say that the dialogue was hosted by one of the districts in the province, which limited the full participation of the other district in terms of the logistics. Now, the inputs, colleagues, this mostly is purely on the issues that the community themselves indicated. So that's why we are saying that people must lead. And when people must lead, they must talk themselves. We must not talk on their behalf. So these are the issues directly from the community. Goal number 1, they've indicated that services are far from the community, which makes it difficult to access them because it is costly. Number 2, inability of community members to deal with social ills such as GBV, unemployment, and stressful situation. 3, social media platform advertising drug and substance abuse as something good and fancy. We all know that when they advertise your savannas, your castle light, they put it very fancy there in the TVs. I think also the Prima spoke about it. So it was raised also in our dialogue as well. And then recovering service users come back to the same environment where they started abusing substance, and it leads to relapse. And recommendation, we are saying that government departments should have one-stop center in communities whereby members can easily access services such as the National Development Agency. Community should look for professional help in dealing with life stressful situation or social ills. We know, colleagues, I think also through the testimonies, it can tell that also our communities need to be empowered to say, if you are having a problem, there is help. Don't keep quiet, don't be in denial. There is help, and go and seek for help. And what we're recommending as well is that number 3, broadcasting regulations needs to be amended so that advertising of substance abuse as something good and fancy must not be broadcast at all. All departments implemented the 7 goals of the National Drug Master Plan should implement those programs in partnership with the Provincial Substance Abuse and LTC. This matter of people operating in silos want to shine alone, it must come to an end, and must come to an end now. Whatever that you must do it in partnership with the PSAPs, you must do it in partnership with the LTC. It stopped today, it stopped with me, it stopped with you, it stopped now. Goal number 2, challenges. Lack of coordination from the 21 departments, everyone working in isolation. I've just spoken about it. There are not enough testing laboratories for confiscated drugs. We all know that in the country we have a challenge. SAPS, they do arrest. Once they have arrested, they must take the samples to a laboratory. It takes 5 years or 20 years to come back. At that particular time, that particular person must go out because of there's no evidence. So we are saying that we need those laboratory centers. And then lack of regulation of school vendors, challenge school to vendors. I think the Honorable MEC indicated that people who can assist us is local municipalities through bylaws. So they are the ones who can be able to assist in eradicating this issue of vendors in our schools. And special office officials in all government departments to deal with drugs abuse. And then number 2, our recommendation, decentralization of testing laboratories for drugs, outsource. If any government department cannot do it on their own, or SAPS cannot do it, let them outsource it, that particular service of the laboratories, and then strengthening the bylaws of the municipalities. Goal number 3, there are a number of substances we need that are from certain plants and seeds that are important in the economy for people's health. They can cure and damage at the same time. So we all know that there is legal substance, there is illegal substance, and some of the substances that are found in plants. But we need more information, so that more awareness is, so that we can educate our community to say that yes, as much as it is illegal, but don't use it excessively. So as a recommendation. Goal 4, how do we stop taking off 11 drugs and transforming it to under 11 drugs, concussions, legal drugs versus illegal drug. Multiple substances are divided or are diverted to make intoxicating substances. Recommendation, capacitating of people in substances that are legal and not legal is needed. They say 3 minutes left, I'm almost done. Goal number 5, challenges. LTAC, as we indicated, are not functional in some of the municipalities. The structure is not well supported financially. Remember, the Act says the municipality must budget for the local drug action committees. Non-participation of government departments in MSF and in LTAC, insufficient budget to run some of the programs. So recommendations that municipalities to support and establish the LTACs and budget for them, because the Act says so, and that is an Act of Parliament. Structures must be located, a specific budget, and aligned with expected delivery. Goal number 6, challenges. Lack of capacity building towards community members and parents cannot immediately identify a person when they started using substance abuse. Geographical setup for the province, which makes it hard for data collection. Recommendation, capacitation of families of early signs of substance abuse is required. Data collection should be provided by all stakeholders. For example, TVET colleges, universities, health establishment, and treatment centers and government departments. Goal number 7, there are few employment opportunities offered, which leads to high rate of unemployment and relapse. Recommendation is that business and private sector to offer and fund skills development programs for service users to be more employable. Treatment centers to provide soft skills. And ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much.
Please remain on stage, Nick. Thank you so much. I think the message is clear, Civile, from the 2 MECs. Plan it must have fit, Chair. DM ngazi samanye ama provinces abantwana bakhona zintandane, but we'll take it that the MECs represent the rest of the MECs. We'll have the presentation from the Northern Cape, then Gauteng, and then we'll have a few questions. May I just please ask the team at the back to assist with the light that is reflecting on the presentations. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Honorable Deputy Minister, MECs that are in the House, our Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Gustav Wilson. I am representing presenting the report of the Northern Cape. I'm actually not from the Northern Cape anymore. Listen to this, I'm from the Free State. I was working in Department of Correctional Services for Free State and Northern Cape. I was the chairperson of the Northern Cape PSF. But I am now proud to say that I embraced Mpumalanga as my home. I've been appointed as the Chief Director for Social Welfare Services in the Department of Social Development in Mpumalanga. So my MEC, I'm proud to be under your leadership. Let me start with a report of the Northern Cape. As you know, the Northern Cape is one of the provinces that is very large, but in terms of population size, it has very few. It is about 1.3 million with the latest outcome of the census data. The Provincial Substance Abuse Forum was established and is functional, but there is no funding for activities. So departments that are participating are using their own budgets. We also submit reports to the CDA and is active in the CDA. The local drug action committees have been established in 3 of the 5 districts and are active in the districts, which is Umzimbovu. They are in Tsansabani, Boksburg, and there's also plans to establish in the other 2, JTG and in Namakwa. We also have access to treatment, as being indicated. There's an inpatient treatment center which provide treatment, and also private treatment centers. The Northern Cape Substance Abuse Treatment Care Center is providing treatment. The aftercare services are provided to people in recovery and consist mainly of skills development, because we know they also need to be kept busy, but also have to ensure that there are some skills that needs to be developed. Government departments providing interventions, but often, as my chairperson of Mpumalanga has indicated, truly so, we also find that there's no coordinated or collaborative manner, and it's sometimes silos that they're working in. The logistics of a provincial dialogue, the number of delegates that attended was 98, almost say 100 that attended, and it was members as well as from the PSAF. In the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum, we still have a challenge with departments that are not coming to the meetings or not attending or even submitting their departmental substance abuse plans. The venue that we've had this dialogue, and that was in September, I commenced duties in the Department of Social Development in Mpumalanga on the 1st of October. So I concluded in the province. So the challenges and recommendations, some of the challenges of the hosting the summit or the dialogue was in terms of funding, that we did not really have the budget to do that. The goals that was discussed as the challenges and recommendations. Challenges, sports are no longer there for, in goal 1, sports are no longer there for youth. Some of the drug sellers, we call them my friends, but I wonder if they really are our friends, if they kill our children. So some of them are closer to schools and using school children to buy some of these drugs. The issues of identity, as well as that connects to the absent fathers. That's a huge challenge that we also see, and I know it's not unique to the department, I mean to the Northern Cape province, but it seems to be in every province and all over the country, the phenomenon of absent fathers. Recommendation is that continuous programs at schools need to be developed so as to allow the teenagers, the youth, the school children to achieve and to strive for their dreams. Empowering educators and parents on trending of drugs, like the new usages, as the Honorable MEC has just indicated, the mixing of the Sprite with some substance and thinness that's been used. So the new trends, we must become aware of that. Also, we say fathers must make time for their children who are inside and outside of marriage. There we indicate that programs that specifically focus on fathers that are absent, we must go down. In our department, we have a section that's focusing on parents, parenting, families and children. So we must ensure that those programs are being implemented. On goal 2, we look at the borders that are not well secured. We all know that we have a country that have porous borders, and that needs to be managed. So by our agencies such as SEPS, SNDF, and other security agencies. Foreigners using homes to run tuck shops, I've indicated that I think in the previous one, and selling drugs from these homes. Tavern owners to be continuously updated on challenges that they also suggest solutions. We know that the community members have the right to report these liquor traders to the police and to the liquor board, and we echo the sentiments of the Deputy Minister of Social Development, and cases must be opened against women drinking while pregnant. So we need that intervention so that we also have programs, our programs being enforced. Recommendations is we need to have treaties with neighboring countries regarding drug reduction strategies, and the communities to have the right to report these liquor traders, as we've indicated. Even our traditional leaders to become involved, because in one instance we've been informed by a person that there are traditional leaders who are selling their land or the site to a specific tavern owner, and when the people come to complain, they can't do anything because that traditional leader has apparently sold that site, and no one can do anything if the traditional leader is not involved in that case. In goal 3, we say the challenge there is legal substances are not used for the intended purposes. And we know there are, like this morning, some of the testimonies that you've heard, some referred to the methadone, and we know that there's still a challenge of using methadone in order to assist with the recovery processes. The recommendation there is there need to be more awareness, and also through the processes, we don't say legalize everything, but through the processes to ensure that they're safe, usage thereof and the regulation thereof as well. In goal 4, we say community members are, create their own drugs and sell to other young people. The recommendation is there again, awareness should change and interact with people at the centers to inform them about the aftermath of drugs, change the narrative of Kimoja the way that it has been done. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Goal 5, we say the challenge community areas in derelict state. There we say that our communities, it looks like they have given up, like the Honorable Premier has this morning said, that it looks there is no hope anymore. One of the speakers, I believe that it was the Premier, that the community seems that they have given up hope. They are hopeless because it seems like there's no way out of this. Security needs to be next to stop theft. Street lights must be fixed and scrapyards raided by the police. Also the bylaws must be implemented. Goal 6, all information and data should be provided to the local drug communities, so that because they are at the forefront, at the coalface of service delivery of where things are happening, they must be our gateway to ensure that information and data is being submitted. Challenges, goal 7 is communities are encouraged to open businesses, but usually government departments don't fund it. There we are saying that containers to be provided, but not only the containers, but they should also be skilled in terms of businesses. We know that we always talk about skilling and helping, and that there should be approaches and strategies, but it's true, Honorable MEC of Eastern Cape, what you said. The implementation is lacking. And if we are not doing that, we can have many plans, many strategies. But if we don't start to implement, even if it is 1 or 2, then we are going to lose. With that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank Mr. Donald Whiteboy, Senior Manager in the Department of Social Development in Northern Cape, as well as his team, and the HOD, Ms. Eunice Wookie, the MEC, as well as the team from the North. Thank you for the honor that I had to serve with you. I know that you are committed, and I trust, Honorable our Chairperson, that the work will not stop because I left now. Now I'm not going to be the big chief, but I'm going to be the servant under the leadership of our Chairperson of Mpumalanga. We are still one country, we still one nation. God bless South Africa. Nkosi sikelel I Afrika, God seën South Africa. Thank you very much. Gans is thank you in Khoisan language. Thank you.
Are you able to stay?
No, I'm going to join the MEC now.
Okay, thanks. The minister was right about the floor. Hi. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to have the Northern Cape presenter to answer questions because he has to join another meeting. But we'll have the Gauteng presentation now. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the graveyard shift, so I think all of us that comes after those speakers will have a difficult time to keep everyone awake, but all protocol observed. My name is Cheryl Pillay, and I'm the chairperson of the Gauteng Substance Abuse Forum. The Gauteng Substance Abuse Forum is a well-established and functional committee consisting of 35 members. The GSAF is well represented by 8 departments, 3 metropolitan municipalities and 5 local municipalities. The NPO sector, public and private, members of civil society and academic institutions. In terms of Section 57.5 of Act 70 of 2008, funds are made available by the Department of Social Development for the GSAF activities, although such funds are limited to traveling and subsistence while attending meetings and for transport. GSAF has an interim chairperson, who is myself, who is leading the forum during meetings for efficient and effectiveness of the forum. The GSAF does compile and submit annual reports to the CDA on an annual basis. The local drug action committees, and I think everybody heard, we're always having problems with the establishment of local drug action committees. We have 4 in the metropolitan and local municipalities, and that is not enough if you're looking at Gauteng as a province. The municipalities does not have allocated funds, and I know we have the representative from Mrs. Councillor Arnold's is here from SALGA, and it's one of the items that we want to raise with SALGA to ensure that the local drug action committees is established. A snapshot of the province, the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum has established 4 portfolio committees. That is a research. I'm not going to go through each one of them. During strategic planning that was held in drafting of the plan activities for 2022 and 2023 to be executed in the financial year, the following was achieved. The portfolios met, committees were revived and were able to meet on a quarterly basis and plan during April and July 2022 strategic planning. And we have a constitution that we adhere to. Forum members were capacitated under 2019 to 2024 NDMP, and the workshops were facilitated by the CDA. So I want to say, us being in the Gauteng province actually have an upper hand than the other provinces, because most of our CDA members is based in Gauteng province. So that's good. The snapshot of the province is inpatient treatment services provided at 1 public treatment center and 14 funded non-profit organizations. This is still not enough. 44 funded outpatient treatment centers as well as 4 private treatment centers that's funded. Aftercare services are provided to people in recovery, and funds are provided for 5 halfway houses by our DSD. Government departments providing interventions do not often work in a coordinated or collaborative manner. I think that came out through all the provinces at the moment, that we don't have collaboration. Logistics on provincial dialogues. I'm not going to go through every one, but I think the number of delegates that we had was 83. We were the one that was used as the guinea pig, if I want to call it. The Gauteng province was the first dialogue, and so when CDA came, we looked at what challenges will come out of Gauteng, and then went out to the other provinces. So 83 delegates attended. The profile of the delegates was all the various departments, NPOs, private treatment centers funded NPOs. The venue was in Western area. Challenges and recommendations on hosting a provincial dialogue, I think that was discussed. Like I'm saying, it was the first provincial dialogue that CDA done, so they had lots of teething problems, and I think from there it kind of went better. Goal 1 challenges was treatment facilities are difficult for people to access and a very long waiting period before admission. Young people are increasingly abusing substances, and it has been glamorized as part of having fun. The treatment center database at GDSD is outdated and not easily accessible. People then have no way to verify the registration status of a treatment center. And I think in Gauteng province, we do have a huge problem with unregistered treatment centers. Recommendations: community-based treatment services should be provided at primary healthcare centers. Conduct hotspot interventions where young people mostly gather, like your universities and I suppose high schools. Develop a database which can be linked to websites of stakeholders in the space by the CDA. Goal 2, I'm just going to go on challenges. Focus of supply reduction has been focused on police enforcement as per the war on drugs mandate, which is no longer the approach to dealing with the challenge, rather than on finding ways to curb the supply. Focus should be on capacitating communities to deal with supply reduction using evidence-based interventions instead of sticking with outdated interventions that have cost us a lot and very hardly any quantifiable results. So we have to be creative when we do this. Recommendations: the links between substance abuse and other public health challenges for key populations such as HIV provides opportunities to seek funding from the Global Fund as their priorities on key populations. There's an opportunity to seek technical support from international organizations, and we heard this morning, such as the World Health Organization, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. So we shouldn't be short-sighted. Goal 3, challenges: price of methadone is expensive, and as a result, it is not easily accessible. Privately can be accessed, but not accessible to the average community member. Recommendation: SAPRA is accountable, however other departments should be brought on board to be sensitized with the issues relating to controlled substances and harm reduction. So we shouldn't have methadone not in reach of our communities that's there. We should make it available too. Goal 4, challenges: lack of research and stats regarding the most prevalent drug, currently is mostly known as tongue twister, is mostly prevalent, and it is not the case. Wherever you go, everybody will say it's Nyaupe that is the case, the prevalent, but it's because we don't have enough research done in the various communities. Identify prevalence according to different communities and disaggregate the information that's coming. And let's not comb every community with there's just Nyaupe in Gauteng province. There's many other communities that have different issues. Goal 5, interventions are still not provided in a collaborative manner, and I think we all have found this, where a lot of departments has to do their tick box exercises, I call it, because I'm not from a department, and they leave out the other stakeholders. So it's important that the placement of CDA under DSD sub-directorate is a serious challenge, as DSD is also a member of the CDA and reports to the CDA. So sometimes we get confused of where our roles are as CDA or the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum. I'm going to go to recommendations. Collaboration, where issues such as poverty and GBV are addressed together, as mostly substance abuse stems from other issues that are mostly affecting individuals. The long-standing and unimplemented resolutions to remove CDA from DSD has to be actioned if we are to see any progress in the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. The CDA has to develop the baseline and indicators towards better monitoring and evaluation of the NDMP implementation. I think that will help us to get our lines. Goal 6, challenges. Research has been prioritized, though it is absolutely necessary in crafting and implementation of evidence-based interventions. Stakeholders have data which can be used, but there is no coordinating entity for this. Recommendations. CDA must prioritize research, as without the data we are hitting in the dark and providing interventions that may be totally misaligned. This will assist to provide evidence-based interventions. CDA must develop a system to receive data from stakeholders and use that data to advise on policy as per the Mandate Act 70 of 2008. Input to the summit. Other major issues discussed in Gauteng: why people relapse. This is of a high concern. Why coordination and collaboration between stakeholders is not happening, though the National Drug Master Plan promotes it. There are daily community challenges in trying to work on substance abuse issues in the community, but there's no coordinated organizations that handles this. So we know the Provincial Substance Abuse Forums is there. We're having issues with establishing local drug action committees. We have the CDA, but we're still not moving forward. So I'm hoping that through the summit, when we go away from here, communities are angry. They want answers, and we cannot be sitting in another summit or have another National Drug Master Plan and our communities is still crying. So I trust through this, Chairperson, that we will go from here, and even if there's 2 or 3 implementations that comes from the summit, that the community and the people on the ground is going to feel our impact that was made. Thank you very much.
This floor. So thanks again to Cheryl. Maybe just to say thank you to the 2 MECs that we've heard from, and Ms. Cheryl Pillay from the Gauteng Substance Abuse Forum, to Mr. Andy Lemankanyi, the Eastern Cape Forum Chairperson. Also to say thank you to Mr. Lawrence van der Heerden, who still presented the Northern Cape presentation, and to Pastor Marcus Masemula. We know that you probably need a bit of a break. We're going to make it a working break. There is coffee available outside. However, before the colleagues step down, if you have questions, we are happy to take questions. A few questions. Can we please have roaming mics? I don't know if I'm seeing, so maybe we'll take, I can see 2 hands. Is it 3? All provinces present. Okay, I am guided, colleagues. Okay, so can I please have KwaZulu-Natal come up? Limpopo province. Northwest provinces, whilst we give a big round of hands to our colleagues. KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, and the Northwest province. I think Ms. Cheryl has advantage. I think she has a lot of colleagues with her. Okay, Zara. Okay. Fairness, colleagues, has been fair. Limpopo. No. Northwest. Do we have Northwest in the room? Can they please come up? Is this Northwest or Limpopo? Is that Limpopo? Okay. Okay. Free State, Andre, if you can please come up. Thank you. And the Western Cape, if you can please join the team. Oh, okay. Andre, Free State, thank you. For those that are stepping out to get coffee, please do so quietly and come back, colleagues. Thank you so much. To each chairperson yase KZN, Siyabong.
Thank you. Sanibonani. I request to observe all the respected dignitaries that we have. Chairperson Wami, thank you for the leadership. Chairperson, we learned a lot. Gauteng is somehow terrorizing us. We are not scared of you as KZN. It has been by coincidence that I represent the beautiful province represented by the handsome chairperson. I am here to present the inputs from KZN out of the dialogues that we had. The Provincial Service Abuse Forum is established and functional, but there are funding gaps in terms of the activities of the forum. We want to acknowledge Social Development Province because they've done their part in terms of stakeholder mobilization to set up a provincial forum, and our member representative within the forum is quite spread with all the relevant people in there. But also they assist us as we're traveling, accommodation, as well as the trainings that we need, because for this work we need to be well capacitated to do that, especially we that comes from the civil society. It will help us to implement our services. Therefore, following the DDM model, we needed to integrate our plans at a structural level. And we are also going to, at a tactical level, together with the administrative team, able to plan so that we have all the resources being in one plan and implementing as a collective. We submit our report to the CDA as it is mandated by the Act. The local drug action committees are in place and established. I'm able to announce that 54 municipalities have activities for the local drug action committee. The shortfall, though, it's around the funding of those activities. The municipality, by design and the law, should be assisting that which remains an issue of advocacy. Some challenges that have been cited, there are prevention and awareness programs that focuses on family and the community. The support of the existing structures by the provincial leadership as a piece of our role in supporting the lower structures has been minimal. Understandably so, we are still working to find out our feet around that. Scientific evidence-based intervention in the province. Inpatient treatment provided at 3 public treatment centers, 2 funded non-governmental organizations, 1 funded outpatient treatment, and 12 private treatment centers. Aftercare services and skills development to people in recovery are provided at 2 substance use disorder organizations, 12 funded organizations and academies. There are 12 funded organizations that render community-based services of prevention, early intervention, and treatment, aftercare services, and reintegration. The government departments are providing intervention that do not often work in a coordinated and a collaborative manner. Logistics of the provincial dialogue. A number of delegates that attended the dialogue, 180. The profile of the delegates participated were from different stakeholders, e.g. SEBS, DOH, DOE, municipality, private treatment centers, substance abuse funded organization, GPV organization, welfare organization, youth, etc. Venue and other elements. Chatsworth, Nelson Mandela Youth Center in Chatsworth, challenges and recommendation on hosting the provincial dialogue. Limited resources for the dialogue. The CDA had to ensure that there are resources for the activities that were planned. The dialogues needs to be held in district to gather more data and information presiding the next summit. Goal 1, challenges. Efficacy of the existing intervention not verified, and intervention have stayed the same in a changing world. Detoxification services are not easily accessible, and there are no community-based treatment center services which are easily accessible, therefore facilitate relapse. Financial and human resources are not adequately provided, and the language used is still stigmatizing through the National Drug Master Plan has changed, therefore it is still a dereference to the war on drug, not focusing on person. To emphasize on this point is that we do have treatment program, elements. We do have prevention programs, but we felt that we needed to develop programs that would be of quality and that will help us to, thank you for this one, that will help us to achieve the desired objective. Our recommendations, the intervention provided must be checked on a regular basis so that we do not continue with interventions that are not providing the required results, or the Department of Health to come on board and make drug testing accessible to school and clinics. Vigorous awareness on the National Drug Master Plan, implement drug testing at school, and evidence an enhanced drug prevention program at school in collaboration with SAPS. Development of the policy on harm reduction led by DOH, and intentional parenting needs to be promoted and strengthen capacity building, especially amongst women and children. The Department of Health to engage with the Department of Social Development in providing intervention, e.g. the registration of private facilities. Challenge number 2, or goal 2 and the challenge thereof. We have the harbor and the border where the influx of the drugs come from through our harbor and the border, because we are bordered by Swaziland and Mozambique. Containers are to be checked at a harbor due to shortage of staff. So there is a need for that. There was a ministerial visit in our harbor to sort of talk around those issues. There are too many ship-ins in the low-income areas. Prosecution and conviction rate of the drug lots is very low, and the justice system perceived to be lenient on drug dealers. Lack of trust of SAPS in communities which prevent reporting of illegal activities. These are the recommendations. Increase human capacity for ports of entry, border policing, and technologically updated systems required at the harbor and the borders. Patriotism and the love of our country should be taught at schools, and this will promote care for the community, thus reduce illicit drug trafficking. Visibility of KZN Liquor Authority, monitoring of unlicensed liquor outlets, reviewing of the liquor license, strengthening the bylaws in terms of the type of business a person should embark on. Conducting of more awareness campaign on illicit drug trafficking and protection of whistleblower. There is a need for more laboratories. It's almost the same as what other provinces have said. Goal 3, high use of substances such as sleeping pills instead of dealing with the root of the problem that leads to the need for medication to be not the coping mechanism are needed. Possible addiction to substance abuse not considered when using medicine that are prescribed. And the medicine sharing is a common habit in the community, and there is a need to manage the issuance of over-the-counter medicine, e.g. flu medicine, and which contains codeine and etc. These are the recommendations of the dialogue. Capacitating of communities on the proper use and disposal of prescribed medicine such as codeine. Strengthening the regulation to accessing certain addictive medicine. There must be the stricter regulation for over-the-counter medication such as Ritalin, codeine, and sleeping pills. Regulation of informal pharmacies. DOH to ensure accessibility to the needles to avoid viral infection and transmission through the sharing of needles. Proper waste management for the disposal of used nickels at the hospital areas. Goal number 4 challenges presented. it came out clear that certain intoxicating substances are not classified as drugs, such as marula. In our areas, we have marula wine, palm wine, pineapple concoctions. When you really invite the Department of Agriculture and Forestry to classify that, you find that it's not a drug. Yet in our community, it's killing a lot of people. Drug dealers are providing people with financial and other support, which makes it easier for them to manufacture substances in the community, as they are protected from what they are doing. What are the recommendations of call for? There must be availability of law enforcement to track the new substances that are emerging and share the information on the new psychoactive substances. Proper scheduling of trucks and proper deal with corrupt officials that are aiding the trucks. In our areas, Namapolis, I'm sorry, Makona, SAPS, that are assisting some of the users to traffic. 3 minutes. All right, I'll be done by then. There is an issue of governance which we hope that needs to be strengthened. All of the provinces are reporting the same thing, we are no exception, that the local drug action committee must be established at a what level. That was a suggestion, and strengthening multi-sectoral approach in providing intervention and strengthening LDCs and increased collaboration among stakeholders, integrated reporting to deal with fragmented reporting, and substance abuse to be dealt with at a what level, lobby and advocate for additional funding. Goal 6 is talking about the issue of data collection, which is a problem for all of us. Therefore, suggest that we need to strengthen our M&E system in terms of data collection. The recommendations were we need to collaborate between the stakeholders and the end to silo work approach. Increase research in the field of substances use disorder and availability to data that is current and reliable. Collaboration between the stakeholders, amplify monitoring and evaluation. At KZN, we've been having research in Daba, where we agreed for all the research that is being done in the province, we are going to have one coordinating body between the independent researcher as well as the university researchers and the departmental researchers. We need to come together and make sure that all that information is coordinated and shared for our projects. Goal 7 is simply the absence of economic development opportunities. We agreed that we are going to engage the different departments, including DTI and the Treasurer, to make sure that there are programs in place for the people that are using drugs and be assisted likewise, including the learnerships, including the expanded public works, and all of those things they required Uguti Mazenzek. Thank you very much for looking at me and listening to me. Thank you very much. Siyabonga. Mhlambe angiqede ngokuthi sihlalo. Sibonge the technical team. We've got our directors here, Chief Director Obairo and Praveen and the lady that we work with. We work very well with them. We want to give them a round of applause for that cooperative work.
Hey, KZN, we're going to have the presentation from the Western Cape. Ms. Pepper, Western Cape Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. All right, okay, thank you so much. I will really try to wrap this up. I'm a bit short, so if anyone can see me, I'll move around here. Okay, so I'm the chair for the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum in the Western Cape. My name is Chantal Pepper. I'm based at the Department of Social Development, seconded to the MEC's office, because technically the MEC appoints every forum. So I am part of the program, but then they saw the need that because it's such a high level, serious issue in the Western Cape, and of course across South Africa, that we felt that I needed to be seconded to the MEC's office so that I can be at her, give her advice, get direction, and also complement the GBV that she's also the lead of in the Western Cape. So, colleagues, I will try to keep it short. The snapshot for Western Cape Substance Abuse Forum is that in 2019 we had a new MEC who then became the lead for the GBV, and then she launched the 365 Days of Activism campaign launched. We also have a safety plan because, colleagues, we cannot talk just about alcohol and drug demand reduction. We don't talk about the safety in our communities and the families, because most of our users also access community-based organizations that are based in gang-riddled areas. So those are the sort of barriers that we also need to look at, because at the end of the day, why is the barriers are always keeping people away from accessing the treatment. So that is why I say that is quite a critical element to have with your National Drug Master Plan, because we need to try to keep our communities and families safe. In 2021, the implementation was launched, the National Drug Master Plan was launched, and then we had capacity building by the National Drug Master Plan by DSD. So I just want to say thank you to National Department of Social Development, as well as the CDA, the new board, for always being there, trying to enabling us to actually do the capacity building so that we as the implementers can understand how we need to implement. I always say it's very easy for people from the outside to always, criticize or whatever, but try to come and walk a day in our shoes in terms of trying to understand legislation, be qualified to do that, to implement the legislation and get the right people to mobilize them from a community level up, right through to the provincial, right through to the national level. So it's a really coordinating and facilitating role that I play in the province, and with partners like UCT, Prof. Goodman, with ITTC, as well as our other universities, Stellenbosch universities, UWC, we all provide capacity building courses that we developed back 10 years ago. So this journey that I've been on with the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum has really been a 10, 11-year journey. I first started as a secretariat, which meant that I had to go out to the mayors and convince them that they need to adopt the local drug action committees. And that process, colleagues, can take up to 6 months just to get the buy-in from the mayor in order for the municipalities to take ownership and responsibility for the local drug action committees, as well as addressing alcohol and drug problems through the IDPs. So I think that is one of the key things that we'd like to highlight. Planet Youth, of course, has also been mentioned across the globe in terms of the best practice model for, one of them as was launched in George Municipality. And then, of course, our community-based organizations, inpatient treatment centers. We were in 2012, we were 8 funded organizations, and then in 2019 it was 24, and then by now to date we have 38 community-based organizations, as well as inpatient and halfway houses, and they're all registered. Up to 95 of them are registered within the province. And I'd like to just say, give a shout out to all my organizations that are here that's supporting me, and that is one of the key things that we really strive in the Western Cape, is try to develop a partnership with our funded organizations, because we don't do the job, they do. And I think that is one of the key things that I think government, we need to realize that our NPO partners, they play the critical role. We need them and they need us, so it's a partnership. And then of course the best practice models I can highlight for Western Cape in terms of ALDAC is TWK, Mossa Bay, Swartland. All my colleagues that are here present are from these local local drug action committees, but they're all in their own capacity. Hagen is a heroin recovery user. Denise is Sanka. She's also director. She's expanded the service from Mossel Bay to George based on the Mossel Bay LDAC's needs. And then, of course, TWK also expanded their services to Verliesdorp through partnerships with our funded organizations. I like to always give practical examples of how partnerships work and how the implementation is actually happening from the top right through to the bottom and the bottom-up approach. And I think that is what is beautiful about our National Drug Master Plan. It prescribes a bottom-up approach, and that we can never, refute. 20 out of 30 municipalities have established their local drug action committees. By 2020, there was 20. By COVID happened, then of course we lost 10. And then 3 years it's taken to just get those other the 10 that was established, re-established. So colleagues, it really takes a lot for the provincial substance abuse forums. They cannot do it, we cannot do it on our own. And working with such different stakeholders, municipalities, communities, it takes a while for just one forum to actually do all of what is required by the National Drug Master Plan. So with that said, we had a great successful provincial dialogue. Because I got such great support from the local drug action committees, when I just asked them once, would you be able to do a site in each of your venues? They didn't even question, they just put up their hands, meaning they had internet Wi-Fi at these 3 other venues, with the Metro being the main venue at Salga head office. And again, partnerships, colleagues, is the fact that we could then live stream all 3 sites connected to the Salga head office, and that is why we had such a robust discussion that every site had to do their own goal, because there were so many people attending at these different sites across the province. Therefore, it's a provincial dialogue, because we didn't just have it in the city of Cape Town. So that was really a great eye-opener in terms of how we actually have massive support within our municipalities throughout the Western Cape, except for areas like Central Karoo, which is one of the key areas that will be my next 2-year focus in terms of getting them up and running. Okay, and then there you have it. There's the pictures of the National Drug Master Plan, of the provincial drug dialogue. As you can see, each venue had great attendance. And yes, I think, at the end of the day, the pictures also speak volumes, because as you can see, there we had massive support in terms of each site attending to the goals that was prescribed by the CDA. So the inputs for goal 1, I think, colleagues, I'm not going to continue with what all the other colleagues said already. There's definitely a need for early intervention with children and families, because at the end of the day, where does it all start? At the family. As like the MEC said before, like National Minister said before, it really is the family unit that is really we need to re-look at and rebuild as South Africa. Because everywhere you go in the province, in the rural areas, in the urban areas, we need to strengthen our families, because then they can work closely with the schools, and that is why you have school intervention programs, evidence-based programs, like my one colleague that is here, also Modita. They actually started in one school, but they are based in 14 schools now, and that is educational psychologists doing national substance use, psychosocial mental health services. But again, this speaks to the referral pathway that is really critical in our Western Cape, that we need to develop it. We need to also identify what are the challenges on the ground, so that we can identify, do the mapping, like, okay. All right, so therefore I have 3 minutes, colleagues, so I will just touch on the most critical one, which was supply reduction as well. Everybody that said before me, it's exactly the same in the Western Province. We need to reduce the supply in terms of tackling those, the gang leaders and within the communities, etc. Because in essence, we can have the best policies and programs in place, but if the supply is still there and easily accessible, we are kind of almost fighting a losing battle. Goal 3, I won't go into that. That is very challenging as well for myself. And then goal 5, I think I touched on in the beginning in terms of the coordinating issues that we have within ALDAX as well as the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum in terms of the departments not showing up as they should. But more importantly, I think the developmental approach that we have, and remember, it's like the CDA chair also said, the indicators that are not in the departments. I think that is one of the key things that is missing within all the national and provincial departments that is not social development. And then lastly, colleagues, I think I'm pro goal 6. Again, the M&E and outcomes data, I think that is very critical. I had a robust discussion because a lot of our NGOs were on this goal. So they actually do the M&E with our substance abuse program, and they can attest to it that it is really a rigorous exercise. However, it needs to be more outcomes data based, not just admissions as well. And the prevalence there in terms of the secondary data that we also get is admissions. It's not prevalence. So I think that's the two different things that we need to make, to really emphasize on. And M&E is done on a quarterly basis by us, and therefore we need to hold accountable the NPO partners that we provide funding to. They need to be held accountable to see whether or not they are creating impact within our communities. And then lastly, goal 7 again speaks about, we mustn't, the interesting thing that came up there was, do we give money or do we give skills? Grants versus skills. I think that is one of the key things that came up with goal 7, and that was in Mossel Bay, Aldac, with the Garden Route group. Skill centers need to be established to offer services such as skills development, and also parental responsibilities need to be remoted, and then also addressing high school dropout. But in essence, colleagues, I think everybody that will speak and have spoken, we are all saying the same tune, because in essence we are all dealing with the same situations, social, economic ills that South Africa is experiencing as a country, but it's how we as implementers and partners and stakeholders work together. It all boils down to working together, and I think my developmental approach in the Western Cape has really now proven that we can work together and really try to address the needs of our people on the ground up. So I thank you, colleagues, and thank you, CDA, for having us, and our National Minister for being here earlier as well, and our MECs from the other province. I thank you for this opportunity, and let's engage, colleagues. This is why we're here. We now have a support group here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pepper, to the Limpopo chairperson.
Thank you.
5 minutes, Pale.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Yes, I'm told 5 minutes. That's the disadvantage of coming or being last. Maybe just to give you a snapshot of Limpopo province. We have 5 districts, approximately about 6 million population. That is as in 2022. We have 22 municipalities. LDAs are established in 7 municipalities so far. We have 1 about to be established in one of our districts. And then one thing that I think has become a stumbling block, and I think I've heard it here, is that to get the municipalities buy-in, it's very difficult. We are trying to find mechanisms to go about that. I hope that maybe when we go back it will work, we do not know, but it's very difficult to go through them. PSAF, we have a new PSAF chairperson who was elected a few months ago, and that's me. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Veronica Nemutandani. We are led by our MEC of Social Development with visible support from our provincial leadership. Some achievements, I think this has also come across through all provinces. People access treatment and a number of preventative programs administered at schools, universities, and within our communities. We actually spread our wings to universities because we realize that that is actually where the problem also is. Scientific evidence, there are 3 treatment centers only in Limpopo, 1 public treatment center, 1 private, and Sanka. We also have, they provide, of course, aftercare services are provided to people in recovery and consist mainly of skills development, some of them. The province is funding 27 NPOs that are rendering substance abuse programs. Government departments provide interventions, but do not often work in coordination or collaboration. I think that's something that has also been said. Our provincial dialogue, we had about 208 people attending, delegates attending. People who attended, it was obviously DSD, NPO, Sanka, traditional leaders. We had some FBOs there. We had SAPs that we did not mention, but all of them were there. And some interested individuals also who participated. The venue was in our district, Sikukuni. The challenges with this specific provincial dialogue was that we couldn't reach all our stakeholders because of funding constraints. We couldn't have everybody coming to the dialogue. The recommendations, dialogue should be held in all districts to ensure reliable and credible data, which will obviously feed into such summit. A budget allocated for this activity is necessary for dialogues. All departments involved in PSAF must consider including PSAF activities in their year plan and a budget for such planned activities. Because I think what also came out here, we realized that departments don't really have a plan or don't really have a budget for PSAF activities. Goal 1, we're talking about parenting skills. That's something that's huge. Poor school performance and school dropouts due to drug use and substance abuse. Human resource and funding for this program is lacking. And we are saying, why can't it be treated like your HIV and AIDS program? I think that was also, that came out strongly earlier. Continuous relapse of patients. Now this is because also we have 1 public treatment center. Recommendations, provision of life skills programs for both children and youth. And in addition, I would like to add parents. Provision of parenting skills, especially for teenage parents. Programs should have a reasonable budget allocation with full staff component employed for the program. We don't have full staff employed. We have officials from social development who actually works on this program. So they are already overwhelmed with their own responsibilities, and now they have to work on the program. And now when we look at that, how can we really effectively win this fight? Public inpatient centers should be a consideration. We are saying it should be a consideration because we do have them, but most of them are illegal. So we're trying to pull them closer so that we ensure that they are actually registered properly, they go through the necessary training. Goal 2, challenges, faith-based organization, not well informed about demand supply or harm substances. Community policing forums are not available in all our communities. Police are placing people with substance use disorder in prison. And the recommendations for this is that FBOs should be empowered with knowledge so that they can join the rest of our society in dealing with the challenges of substance abuse. And maybe one way of doing, we should actually start going out to these youth communities in our churches. We should start going, we should be able to go out to churches and actually preach our gospel in churches. CPF to be the eyes of the community, and police and the community to be the eyes of CPF and police, so we should watch. Instead of pursuing incarceration of people, police should seek to assist by bringing a health practitioner in some of these cases. I'm told I've got 5 minutes. Goal 3, public hospitals at times do not have the required medicine. I think that has been said. Scheduled medicines required for the treatment of substance use disorders must be easily accessed. That's our recommendation. Traditional communities, as goal 5, are also being infiltrated by drug lords who are, there's this perception that rural areas are quiet, nothing is happening. That has changed. And I'm actually happy that that has become our understanding, all of us today, that rural areas has actually become the haven of these drug lords. I don't know whether they thought that maybe, or they think that because rural areas is fairly quiet, they can do things there without being noticed. But we have a serious problem when it comes to substance and drug abuse. Everybody who wants to do this, the drug, substances, sell drugs, runs to rural areas. A coordinated approach to dealing with the challenge is needed. We are doing work. It's not visible because everybody's doing their own thing. I think that was said, the issue of silos. Recommendation, traditional leaders must also have their plan for drug use, and they should be accountable to their communities. I'm actually so happy that we have our traditional leaders here. We have seen the need really for bringing them in, roping them in, because they are there at the heart of our communities. If we leave them out, then we are really also not going we are not going to win this. Collective strategic planning should be done by all departments. Let's all meet, let's come up with collective strategic plans rather than each department doing their own thing. Goal 6, other substances get more attention than alcohol, and this is a problem because alcohol abuse is more prevalent and is causing even greater harm. Information resources for substance abuse are non-existent. Recommendation, there's a need for focus to be placed on the harm caused by alcohol as well as on alcohol advertising on TV, and so I think that is already said. And easy to access information resources, digital platform required as well as information in libraries and in schools. Goal 7. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there, but goal 7, we have realized that unemployment is rife, especially amongst our youth, and we should consider bringing in issues of community development, because remember, those are rural areas. So community sustainable development could be the way to go for our youth and bring them in such programs. The one thing that I want to say here is that I've realized that we all speak the same voice, we all speak the same language when it comes to substance abuse and drugs, and that alone tells me that we have a whole lot of work to do, and we are in a serious, serious problem. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Menema Tandani. As Mr. Stradom from the Free State comes up, Chair, just to acknowledge another important stakeholder that we missed out, just to say thank you to SALGA for their support of the processes in all our individual provinces. Thank you so much. Over to the Free State Chairperson.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Andre Stradom, all the way from the United States of Bloemfontein. And I know it's at the end of the day, and I feel like we're kind of rushing this through, but it's a pleasure and an honor to be here this afternoon. All protocols observed. Thank you to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the CDA members, Chair, Deputy Chair, and also the Free State Forum that is in the House. Tate Leloko Matsanyane, Ref, thank you for your hard work and efforts towards what we are doing here. And my other name is Tuso, my Sesotho name. They call me Tuso. And I believe it means helping. I too come from a background of substance abuse. Next year I'll be sober for 15 years. I know it doesn't look like that now, but I've been there. I was addicted to substance abuse for 18 years of my life, and I feel that the Lord really gave me a second chance at life. And it's a privilege to be the chairperson. I'm also part of an organization called Mondia Health. I'm the continued care coordinator. We have a national footprint, and we specialize in mental health and wellness treatment as well as substance abuse. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in the beautiful Free State province, we have 19 municipalities, of which 11 of them has registered as functioning LDACs. Moving on, and also we have 5 districts. Moving on to the next slide, please. Our snapshot of the province under Act 70 structures as follows. Provincial Substance Abuse Forum, PSAFs is established and is functional, but there is no funding for any of these activities. PSAF submits semesters and annual reports to the CDA and is active in the CDA. Local Drug Action Committees, LDACs, was established in 11 municipalities out of the 19. 11 is functioning. These 2 are not being funded. Some of the achievements: 46,967 people reached through prevention programs, 149 people access treatment in and outpatient levels, scientific evidence-based interventions in the province, inpatient treatment provided at 1 public treatment center and 5 private treatment centers. Treatment is also provided at 4 outpatient treatment centers that are all registered. Aftercare services are provided to people who complete the treatment. It consists mainly of skills development, reunification, reintegration, counseling, and support services. However, there is a need to strengthen coordination and collaboration amongst government departments within the province. Implementation of universal treatment curriculum is piloted at a public treatment center. Next slide, please. Logistics of provincial dialogue. Number of delegates is 250. Profile of delegates. Delegation for the summit was made of learners from schools, higher learning institutions, traditional learnerships, NGO sector, NPO sector, business sector, FPO sectors, NPO sector, members of the Provincial Forum, members of local drug action committees, CDA, and government departments. The venue dialogue was held at Ferdi Meyer Hall in Welkom in the Latrele Leputsa district of Free State on 18 September. Challenges and recommendations on hosting a provincial dialogue. Transportation was a challenge. Participants of the venue, some were from very far districts. Accessing some principal in both government and non-government departments was not really easy, and it is advisable that political and government principals be invited directly by the CDA. Next slide. Summit input from our side. Goal 1, challenges. Sporting activities are no longer implemented for the youth. How many know that sporting activities are really important for our youth? Some drug dealers are operating close to the schools. Issues of identity is another challenge, as well as it connects to the absent fathers, as we've been hearing here today. Lack of father figures contributes a lot to children's drinking and addiction behaviors. Recommendations: continuous programs at schools is needed to develop their dreams. Empowering teachers and parents and training drugs and even thinners is essentials. Fathers must make time for the children who are inside and outside of marriage. Create a platform where the children feel safe to both parents, irrespective of parental differences, but children must have access to both parents. The parent figure really is a harsh reality when it comes to substance abuse users. Education is the best tool that we have to raise awareness for this harsh reality of substance abuse. And then at goal 2, some of the challenges we've been facing: problems of substance abuse is increasing within the schools. The dealers target the schools, and authority figures are failing to communities. A lot of reported cases not getting urgent attention. Young people with criminal records that are 10-year-old criminal records and still can't secure any sort of employment, as we've been hearing here today. We need to decentralize forensic investigations and address the issue of criminal records. Availability of information about substance may be enabling the diversion of substance intended for medical use. Decriminalization of certain substances disempower law enforcement to take necessary actions. Research has to be conducted for the professionals, not for the clients, as it will make children want to experiment. However, sharing of information for knowledge is still very necessary. Input into the summit at Goal 4, psychedelics come in different forms and can be problematic in information about their use, not easily accessible. The lack of general awareness about substances like fentanyl is exposing communities to the dangers of overdose. They are using substances now that having synthetic opiates like fentanyl, which has got a deadly effect. We lack proper forensic drug testing and at provincial level, which may allow psychedelics and synthetic opioids to cause a lot of deaths before even being identified. Psychedelics such as LSD are used for post-traumatic stress disorder. It is being reconsidered for use as a therapeutic substance. Information on the use of psychedelics must be available. The borders are enabling the lack of control of synthetic opioids such as fentanyl, which is extremely dangerous. Forensic testing of all illicit substances confiscated is required to ensure that we are prepared and are able to provide the adequate diagnosis for the correct treatment. Goal 5, we have institutions that do not function as one and continue to operate in silos, which is rendering our interventions ineffectively. Various national strategies that are well drafted and may work are often linked, but we consistently fail to align them, nor do we implement them collaboratively, and this wastes resources, colleagues. The measuring of impact using numbers may not be assisting us effectively in implementing the strategies. Some recommendations: strengthening collaborations are critical to get the solutions. Functional structures, so much has been spoken about without implementation, so all plans must go to the stakeholders. Community engagements and holding people accountable is key in this harsh reality of substance abuse treatment. Current strategies don't work, so let's revisit them. Focus should be moved from targets to impacts, not just numbers, but proof. Move away from numbers and move away from quantity, and let's move over to quality. Input to summit, Goal 6, coming in for a landing. People and communities don't know about the National Drug Master Plan, as we've heard here today, including some stakeholders even sitting here today, does not know what the National Drug Master is. Lack of survey of the trends or prevalence of SUD effects and plans for interventions. There is a need for specialized services, points of social workers and resources to be provided in order to fight this pandemic. Tools of trade are also needed, recommendations. Public awareness using digital platforms is required to create awareness about the National Drug Master Plan. Provincial government needs to partner with universities and other provincial stakeholders towards conducting a survey on trends, prevalence of substance abuse in the province. Social workers capacitated to manage substance use disorder are needed in provincial primary healthcare centers, and they must be adequately supplied with the required tools of trade. I thank you from the Free State Substance Abuse Forum. Thank you.
That was
short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stradom. To the Northwest Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to greet the leadership that is here, the National Chairperson, MECs, the Deputy Minister. I think it's safe to say protocol is observed. I am here to present the outcome of the dialogue of Northwest on the 6th of September. We had the dialogue as it was directed, and I'm going to speak, obviously, like other provinces have done, on Goal 1. But maybe just to highlight, I don't want to spend much time on that one because I'm given 5 minutes. The PSAF was established and is functional. There are 10 local drug action committees established and 8 municipalities. PSAF is having quarterly meetings and is reporting to the Central Drug Authority as is expected. We do have achievements. 8 private treatment centers registered as per the Act, 2 public treatment centers established, funding of the community-based organization for the implementation of the aftercare and reintegration services. DSD is in the process of establishing a treatment center in Bujanala, Moses Kotana district, and Mafikeng, Ngaka Mudiri, Mulema. Now, from Commission 1, we have different commissions on that day. From Commission 1, they were dealing with the reduced demand through prevention and treatment of substance use. The input are as follows. Current curriculum is not responsive to the challenges of substance abuse. Illicit substances are easily available. Absence of parents contribute to the substance abuse. Parents overdosing children with medications, and we don't have good role models in our society. Now, in those commissions, there were input challenges as well as recommendations. But due to time, Program Director, I'm not going to cover everything. Life orientation is currently not serving its purpose. That is under challenges. Accessibility, use, and availability of substance within the household, community, and schools, it's a problem. Child-headed household places pressure on children to be involved in substance abuse as well as gangsterism. Moral degeneration, lack of interest in programs of parenting skills, parents neglecting responsibilities towards their children. Those were the challenges identified by Commission 1 as they were dealing with goal number 1. Their recommendation, identifying talents that children have. Skill development initiatives. That's one of the slogans. Programs on the peer pressure through activities such as soccer, etc. Moral regeneration. Solution existed through organizations that provide parenting education. We should also have parenting legislation unto us. The role of the traditional leaders within substance abuse as recommended. Utilizing churches to our advantage for substance abuse. Now, coming to goal number 2, which was commission number 2 that was dealing with, reduce the supply of drugs through proactive law enforcement, effective responses to drug-related crimes. Their input are as follows. Legislations contradict each other and does not adequately address current challenges in respect of substance abuse. Lack of recreation facilities in the community, it's a problem. Lack of funding or limited funding and support for NGOs. Corruption is hampering efforts to fight substance abuse. The enforcement of legislation in liquor industry is not adequately implemented. Community members are also not coming forward to report a crime or transgression. These are the challenges in, I nearly say chapter 2, I want to this is chapter. There are discrepancies in our policies and laws and legislations. Bylaws and act and other policies are contradicting each other. There is no enforcement of regulations on people who are allowing foreign nationals to rent properties in their communities, in their community where drugs and expired goods are sold from the back of their tuck shops. In the villages, communities, there are no programs rendered to children and teenagers. Therefore, children under the age of 18 flock to taverns where they are exposed to alcohol and drugs. NPOs and NGOs in communities who are trying to intervene to provide recreational activities to keep children away from alcohol, drugs, are not supported or does not receive funding from the government. But obviously, some of them, it is because they are not registered. As a result, they cannot be funded. Police officials are corrupt. They also sell drugs, and nothing is being done about it because they are high-ranking officials and they are untouchable. Police officials work together with people who supply drugs. Therefore, whether you report, nothing is completely happening. The legislation, I think that one I will skip, Program Director, because it has been covered in my earlier. And Commission number 3 was dealing with goal number 3. Increase the availability of and access to drug intended for medical and scientific use. Their input is as follows. Provision of medication, e.g. cancer medication, is expensive as our government is not producing them. Traditional medicine have not been acknowledged by the relevant structures, and it's not given the license or regulations. In this case, they were giving example some years ago, 2 years ago, we had a COVID, during the COVID-19, there were people who were using their homemade stuff. In Northwest, we've got what we call lingana. And then in other provinces, I don't know what they call it, umhlonyan. Yeah, so they are saying some of those medications are not being acknowledged and are not being registered, does not have the license. Now, the challenges are as follows. There is lack of regulations on new substances that are being used, e.g. yonyaupe. And number 2, traditional medicines are not required. I think I've covered that one. Can I go to goal number 4? Identifying trend and control new psychoactive substance. This is about substances that are classified as illicit. There is lack of regulations, or there is misuse of legal medication, like some people, they will take different medications and combine it, and out of that combination, a drug is produced. There is lack of regulation on the new substances that are being used. I've covered that one. Yeah, I can hear Gauteng is laughing. Now, recommendation. Registered traditional healers, SAS, and DOH, DOE, DSD, needs to be trained to be able to identify those substances. Recalling of harmful substances within household, there must be a determination to identify the circumstances. Goal 5, promote governance, leadership, and accountability for effective response. There is no continuation when the new leadership take over. Act 7 of 2008 is not enforced as expected. Communities to be involved in decision makings. There is inadequate capacity building of existing structures. Red tapes in government does not assist in combating substance abuse. Private sector is not visible enough in the fight against substance abuse. Lack of human resource for DSD as the lead department in combating substance abuse. Programs that are implemented is for compliance purposes only. Communities fear reporting is illicit substance abuse activities. Schools should have social workers and the education system to adjust with the current challenges. Learners learners should be involved enough. Local drug action committees and the PSAF must be funded and marketed so that people will know about those services provided by those structures. All police stations should have a local drug unity. Strengthening partnership between government and community-based. I'll quickly go through the challenges in this goal. Working in silos, it's a problem. I have already mentioned the issue of new leadership and that new leadership, when it comes in, prefer programs over, the new leadership prefer new programs over an existing ones. In other words, when you have a political change, you know, or there are changes in the leadership, they overlook the existing programs. They also want to bring their own programs. And as a result, it destabilizes the progress. Act does not find expression in relevant implementation platforms, e.g. IDP. In this case, we were saying the IDPs in our local municipalities does not say much about the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. And I think the National Drug Master Plan must find its position there, because the municipalities must budget for the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. Top-down leadership approach hampers effort to combat substance abuse. There is lack of information dissemination. Red tape in government disadvantage NPOs. Private sector does not comply with relevant legislation. Inadequate resource for the government to effectively implement substance abuse services. Recommendation are as follows. An act must be established that will ensure that all government departments work together to combat substance abuse. Structures must be put in place that will ensure that programs will be implemented. There needs to be a continuation when the new leadership takes over. Establish new relationship between government departments that will ensure coordination. relevant leadership must ensure that context of Substance Abuse Act 70 of 2008, local drug action committees must be part and parcel of the IDP. A bottom-up leadership is recommended, strengthening existing through capacity building forums and dissemination information, including local structures. I'll quickly go to goal number 6. That is strengthening data collection, monitoring and evaluation, research and evidence to achieve the goals. It is easy to get data and information in relation to substance abuse. Is there access to information? Where can the community access information? And on research, the University of Northwest is responsible for the research, and the Department of Social Development to establish an MOU with institutions that could assist with research. The department to strengthen the research in terms of substance abuse services, programs and legislations. SANCA in collaboration with SANPAC to assist in the research. Now, these were our challenges. The community skills, communication skills, people providing information should be able to be accessible and providing relevant information with respect. And on our recommendations, we say schools, libraries, Office of Traditional Leaders, radio programs, clinics should be empowered with information but it should be legislated. Local shops to be furnished with pamphlets and informations. Local community-based organization, civil society organization to be provided with information that will be able to assist the community with the relevant information as outlined in the National Drug Master Plan. Empower organizations that are not registered and assist them to comply with the minimum norms and standard for them to be able to register and render relevant and legal services to our community. On goal 7, can I get water, please? Yeah. Namageng tume. Abanye bayathuma nam. Awaze ngiqede ngakaze ngithume. Thank you. Commission 5 was dealing with goal number 7. Yeah. Yabona besentuye yithi goal 5. Ngisho ukuthi Commission 5 udila nge-goal number 7. Stimulate robust and sustainable economic growth aimed at reducing poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Our input were as follows: inequality, community education on the effect of drugs use on the economy. Idling youth end up engaging in substance abuse and criminal activities. Inequality can lead to depression and ultimately substance abuse. The challenges that we identify is that service users go back to the community and do not have opportunities that will assist them not to go back to substance abuse. Unemployment and inequality contribute in increasing substance use. Inequality, adequate opportunities for job creations. Those were points that were identified, that inadequate opportunities for job creations also create problems. Now, these were the recommendations. Community education to be increased to understand the dynamics of service user. The province to create employment and ensure skills development for the people abusing substance through CETA and the Department of Higher Learning. Program Director, mina ngicedile. Harili kota ungwa rare moja morao ke kgosi. Morao ga ka gona ope. Ka go ge ke go lebogile ma.
Siyabonga to Reverend Makubo. And the rest of the team of provincial chairpersons, can we just all give them all a final round of applause? Thank you so much. Like we said, Duguti, this is the Tumamina team. This is the team that is actually making sure that the work gets done in provinces. So we really appreciate all the work that we do. Before I hand over to the DC, maybe just to say that the theme, Chairperson, the common theme amongst all the provincial presentation was a better coordinated approach amongst all stakeholders, the creation of economic opportunities, and more community involvement. And I think we're going to thresh this out tomorrow in the different sessions. So with that, thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for your patience. I know that graveyard sessions are hard, but siyabonga that you're still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibo. Yeah, it's actually amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone, that you're still in the room. I didn't think we'd have a lot of people still remaining behind. And we are not going to have the question and answer session unless the room feels like we still need to do that. Okay, yeah, I think we got our answer. So we are proposing that tomorrow morning we will start with that. So please note, but I trust that everybody was noting anyway, your questions, because we did make it clear that we're going to have one session of question and answer. So please hold on to those questions. The first thing that we'll do tomorrow morning, before the chairperson recaps and before the deputy minister comes up and everything else happens, we are going to have that question and answer session. And it's going to be updated on the app. And may I ask that anybody who is not registered via our website, they are not getting the information. So may I just humbly request that if you have not done that, if you can go to the registration table and leave your email address so that you will consistently be getting information, because we continue to communicate, but if you're not registered properly, you may not be getting this information. The QR code we could not flight, because I think there's something that makes it not easy to do, but you can be able to access the app in other ways. We are also going to put it on the website. We noticed today that it actually wasn't appearing for whatever reason, so we're going to put it up there as well, so you can download it. And there was a question, or a request rather, that people even that are watching would like to get the presentation. So what we are going to do, we are going to have a resources page on the website that has all the information, all the content that has been shared, so that anybody can be able to get it, and that will be on the CDA website. So I've mentioned the question and answer, and then the breakaways, we will explain how they will work tomorrow as well. But we are going to have 6 breakaways on the app. It appears where the breakaway will be for goal 1, goal 2, goal 3 and 4 together, just as we did in the provincial dialogues. Goal 3 and 4 will be in one room, and goal 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, they're in separate rooms. 3 and 4 are in one room. So we're going to explain that better maybe in the morning, because I think everyone is tired now. They hardly can even hear me, what I'm saying. So, and then there will be a check-in every day via the app. So you will be getting a message through your email, It will say check-in for the next day. And this is quite important because we've got very high-level people that are meeting with us here. So it is a security measure. We need to have the names of everybody that is in this room and in the summit. And those people need to be people that are registered, because then we know exactly who it is, and we're not placing our leadership in a security risk. So that is the reason why we need you to please check in so that we know who we have here. And the live stream on the CDA YouTube is the same as the DSTV. I'm not sure why there's a question around that is coming to us as the CDA, whether we are live streaming differently. But it's the same. Like we are, what you see on the CDA website is exactly the same. But it seems like it's clear, it's a bit clearer on the CDA website. I'm not sure why, but I think the team will be able to advise on that. But it's the same. There's nothing different. So even the information is exactly the same. And then there's Hagen and Emmanuel. I would like, Misty, please stand up so that they see you. Hagen and Emmanuel, please see Ms. Darylene over there regarding what we talked about, your providing your own testimonies, and the other gentleman that also approached me. I did not get your name. Can you please just talk to her? She will arrange that. And with that, colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, MECs. It's amazing to have leadership that sits in a room for this long. We're not used to it. But it's really good. Thank you very much for sitting with us and for working with us. Tomorrow is a working day, colleagues. Like literally, we're just working. And we are not going to be playing around. So let's come with our thinking hats on. Let's come prepared to do the work that is required. And also, just sorry, Gauteng has tomorrow, Chair, can I ask that Gauteng be separated? Can I ask, Chair, it's just a request. Because they are like the naughty children. Honestly.